Facing life's difficulties takes strength and determination. Whether it's physical challenges or struggles you can't see, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it. Learn how other veterans have reached out for help and hear their stories of strength and recovery at maketheconnection.net.
United Way fights for the health, education, and financial stability of every person in every community. Will you?
HCAM programming is supported by viewers like you. Thank you.
And by Angels Garden Center, growing in Hopkinton since 1957.
And by Hopkinton Drug, an integrative pharmacy and community partner since 1954, providing customized compounded medication in their on-site lab, nutritional supplements, and a knowledgeable staff. Hopkinton Drug, believing food, exercise, and community, along with an integrative approach to medicine, can help you achieve your wellness goals.
You're watching HCAM TV, and for more Hopkinton, visit HCAM Ed.
Through the chair, you're live on HCAM TV.
All right. Thank you, Bob. One second, folks.
It looks like we have 6 members on right now, if I counted properly.
All right. Well, good evening, everyone. This is Gary Trundle, Chair of the Hopkinton Planning Board, and I hereby call our March 6, 2023 meeting to order. I'm just going to read a brief statement. This open meeting of the Hopkinton Planning Board is being conducted remotely, consistent with the previously signed an act extending certain COVID-19 measures adopted during the state of emergency. This act includes an extension of the remote meeting provisions of Governor Baker's March 12, 2020 executive order suspending certain provisions of the open meeting law. The new law has 2 major parts. First, the new law allows public bodies to continue to provide live, adequate alternative means of public access to the deliberations of the public body instead of holding meetings in a public place that is openly and physically accessible to the public. Second, the new law authorizes all members of the public body to continue participating in meetings remotely. For this meeting, the planning board is convening by video conference via Zoom app as posted on the town's web meeting calendar and the board's agenda identifying how the public may join. Additionally, the meeting is being broadcast by HCAM through multiple channels. Thank you, HCAM. Please note this meeting is being recorded. All supporting materials that have been provided to members of this body are available on the town's website via the web meeting calendar, unless otherwise noted. The public is encouraged to follow along using the posted agenda unless I note otherwise. With regards to public comment, not every agenda item will feature public comment, but for those items that do, after members have spoken, the chair will afford public comment. Please use the raise your hand feature in Zoom, and you can access that down in the reactions tab. Begin with your name and address. You will be afforded 3 minutes for your questions and comments. I do anticipate we'll have a reasonable amount of public comment tonight. My other ask is that please make an effort to not repeat things that have already said. Always helpful to state your position on something. And if you have something new to add, then by all means, we will encourage that. Finally, each vote taken in the meeting will be conducted by roll call. So, members, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative that you are here. Mary?
Mary Larson Marlowe here.
Rob? Rob is not.
Rob just joined. He's joining right now.
Great. Fran?
Fran Dion, present.
Jane?
Jane Murren, present.
Ron?
Ron Prefer, present.
Elise?
Elise, present.
Paul?
Paul Ostrander, present.
Matthew? Matthew, it looks like you're frozen or asleep, one or the other.
Kelly,
Rob,
you
I see you on there, Rob?
Yes, sorry. I'm here. Present.
Thanks. All right. Staff members, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative. Mr. Gelsich?
Ron Gelsich, present.
Miss Pemberton?
Stephanie Pemberton, present.
And Mr. Paris?
I don't think Phil's going to be on. He wasn't doing reviews for the 2 hearings that we're going to hear.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Super helpful. All right. Well, given that we looks like we have a good number of public joining tonight, let me just quickly walk through our agenda this evening. We'll go ahead and hold off on the minutes until the end of the meeting. So we'll start with our public hearings. We have 3 that are proposed through Zach by the planning board. And then we have 2 public hearings from citizens petitions that the planning board will also be taking a position on that have not yet been discussed. We've had a couple of public hearings that have requested a continuation. So we will go ahead and take a vote on continuing those after we get through the public hearing piece. And then we will have a continued public hearing for Wilson Street and a new public hearing for 97 East Main Street. So we have a pretty full agenda this evening. So let's begin. And I will entertain, John, can I open the 3 proposed zoning bylaws together?
You can open all of the hearings if you'd like, all at once, but you can do them individually or in certain blocks as well.
No, you know what? Let's open them all up. I'll entertain a motion to open all of our public hearings that I just mentioned on the agenda this evening.
So moved. Mary Larson Marlowe.
Through the chair.
Yes.
I would say specify which hearings you're opening if you're not, or name all of them.
Okay, I will do that.
Just for clarity's sake.
I will rephrase that amendment. And I'll entertain a motion to open the public hearings for electric vehicle parking, rooftop solar exemption from site plan reviews, inclusionary zoning bylaws, zoning map change for West Elm Street, zoning map change for Hayward Street, South Street, Pine Grove Lane, 0 Lumber Street, 17 Wilson Street, 29 Lumber Street, and 97 East Main Street.
Through the chair.
Moved.
Yes,
28 Lumber Street.
Okay.
And 20 is
Second.
Okay. So
All right. So from the amendments there, we have a motion. We have a second. Mary, how do you vote?
yes.
Rob?
Rob Benson, yes.
Fran?
Yes.
Jane?
Yes.
Ron?
Ron Prefer, yes.
Elise?
Elise, yes.
Paul?
Yes.
Matthew? Matthew? Oh, there we heard you. And Gary Trundle is a yes as well. I wonder if there's something wrong with your microphone too. All right, let's get into the public hearings, and we're going to start with the ones that came to the planning board through Zach. What we'll do for each of these is, I think it might just be most efficient, John, to have you walk through a quick summary of what the proposed bylaw amendment is, if you're comfortable with that. I want to just remind folks as to what we're doing here with these. This is a public hearing. We're going to be discussing this as a group. We will be open to public comments after we have the discussion with the planning board. And then if we're ready to tonight, we will be taking a vote on whether or not we recommend approval for this at town meeting. So the planning board itself does not have any binding decision on these, but this is really the purpose of tonight is to flush out details, to make sure we understand it, to make sure that and to decide if it's something that we want to recommend for town meeting. And I will also add that we also have a couple of members that are on Zach, so I'll lean on Mary and Elise in particular if they have some additional commentary to add, in particular on the ones that came to us via.
And through the chair,
Yes, Mary.
I believe the co-chair, Rachel Rosen, co-chair of the ZAC, is online as well. I don't know if Ted, the other co-chair, is also here, but Rachel is. So
Great. Oh, you know what? I just realized that I'm missing a few pages here. So thank you, Mary, for pointing that out.
you're welcome.
Can we unmute Rachel? And I guess I'm just curious, and I apologize for not having flushed this out sooner, but Rachel, I'm wondering if you would prefer to provide us an overview of the articles that are before us.
Hi, Gary. It's Rachel, co-chair of ZAC. Good evening, everyone. So there's several articles, Gary. I don't know that I'm prepared to give an update on all of them.
Okay. No worries. I think, again, the three that we're going to focus on with you are the ones that Zach has recommended move forward. So I think that we'll revert back to plan A. And let's start out with the electric vehicle parking. John, would you be willing to give us a quick overview of what is before us?
Sure. So what you can see on the screen is the language of this proposed bylaw. And through the chair, I will mention, we have not received the letters from town council on any of these. So I would recommend holding off on a vote on anything until we get the legal opinion on these, in case some things need to change.
All right. Good
Right,
guys.
so-
And, I feel like it's rare that we don't have some edits on these from town council. So
Right.
okay, thanks.
Yep. So this is the electrical vehicle parking. It would be an additional bylaw. It would not be amending an existing bylaw. It would be a whole new bylaw within the parking section. And the intent is to encourage EV parking spaces on projects that are going through site plan review relative to parking reasons. So for those of you who know, there are different ways that a project can qualify for site plan review. One of them being creating, altering or changing parking lots. So any project or any development that would trigger that site plan review would then need to comply with these bylaws, should they be approved at town meeting. So generally it goes through and says the purpose as to what the reason for this is, to encourage the shift to electric vehicles, reduce fossil fuel impact on our environment. It is not, I think this is important to call out, it is not the intent of this bylaw to open a private parking area for public use. So what that means is if a business, a private business, a doctor's office or whatever, has to comply with this bylaw, that does not mean that people from the general public not using the services of that private company or private business, people cannot just come off the street and charge their cars unless that owner allows for that. So that gives a little protection for private landowners, just thinking maybe somebody not affiliated with their business is going to come on and use the charging stations. The administration section specifies that there are going to be regulations adopted by the planning board that get into the technical specifications. And just one example of this is the charging level. So right now we have level 1 charging, level 2 charging, and DC fast charging, sometimes called level 3. Should those change in the future and DC fast charging is the new level 1 and level 2 go away and there's nothing else, now there's a level 4, we would not have to change the zoning to comply with that. We could change the planning board regulations, which is a much easier process. And so it keeps it a little bit more flexible. This puts it into place. The regulations tell you how to do it. We have some definitions that go over what these terms are. They're used throughout the bylaw. So EVSE installed is a charging station. EV ready is basically the infrastructure is installed into the parking lot so that an EVSE can be installed at any point in time in the future. We talk about the applicability, which is what I spoke about before. It's when something triggers site plan review for parking lots. And then section E establishes how many spaces are going to be required. So for parking areas with fewer than 5 spaces, they are not going to be required to comply with this bylaw. So if you have 4 spaces or less, you won't have to comply. Parking areas with 5 to 10 spaces have to provide at least one installed EVSE installed parking space, so 1 charger, or 2 spaces that are EV ready. So EV charging stations can be expensive, and we don't want to have to compel business owners to put in these expensive stations if they can't, afford it or support that type of thing. So that's why we're giving the option of an EV ready, which is really installing the conduit and any other infrastructure the planning board deems appropriate for everything but the charging station. And the reason for this is if they're redoing the parking lot, we don't want to have to require them to tear up the parking lot 5 years from now to put in the infrastructure for an EV charging station when it's required. So we think as they're moving spaces or tearing up the parking lot or creating a new parking lot, it's easier and cheaper to install the infrastructure that would allow a charging station to be put in at a later date, rather than not require any EV ready parking spaces and then require them to tear up the parking lot again at a later date. And then for parking areas 11 or more, we go to a percentage-based system where it's 10% of the total spaces have to be EVSE installed, so a charging station at least 10% of the spaces, or 20% of the total spaces have to be EV ready, or a combination of the both. And we can add that language, a combination of the both, into this if you want to specify that. I don't think it's in there at this time. And then some other separate requirements that just talk about access and disability provisions. And that's essentially the bylaw.
All right. Thank you, John, for the quick walkthrough there. Hopefully folks understand the intent of this. I think it's worth noting that we've done our best to be, that Zach, with a lot of work here with the Sustainable Green Committee as well, has done their best to give developers options, whether that be a charging station or just the conduit and infrastructure, so it doesn't need to be torn up later. And we've incorporated some allowances for small parking lots versus big parking lots, recognizing those might have somewhat different needs. So at this point, I'm going to open it up to the planning board and to see if folks have questions or comments about this. Fran?
To the chair, maybe this is directed toward the Zach folks, but is this language that we're using here, is that consistent with what we have seen with other towns in the Metro West area adopt for EV parking stations? Or have we looked kind of even broadly speaking at other similar type bylaws within other towns in Massachusetts for this language?
Rachel, are you comfortable taking that question? If not, then maybe either Mary or Elise could provide some additional details there.
Yeah, my understanding is that between, some members of the ZAC as well as the Sustainable Green Committee, we borrowed a lot of this language from other sample bylaws. And we definitely reviewed it extensively with the Sustainable Green Committee to get the right language in here. And as John had mentioned earlier, we also went the extra step of taking out some of the more technical things that could change in the future, but that are we have them ready to go for the board to adopt those technical requirements, but make it easier to maintain this as a relevant bylaw. Also, on a separate topic, I wanted to point out, and it's in John's summary as well, is that this doesn't apply to residential, even though, obviously spaces for charging and at residential multi-family homes would be useful, but that's not the purpose of this one. This one is all about businesses. It's site plan review triggered, and that's why it has to do with business and not with residential. Okay, that's it.
Thanks, Barry. Matthew.
Thanks. Two things.
Matthew, we can't. Matthew, we can't hear you. Your microphone is breaking up.
Sorry.
We will come back to you. Other planning board members, Jane.
Sure. So this all sounds great. I really like the idea of it. I'm just wondering, maybe this is getting too far into the weeds, but I'm wondering about, because somewhere in that it said the planning board would have to come up with more language as far as enforcement and stuff like that. So how would this be enforced? Would we ask the police department to do it? Would it be up to the property owner to install, like, maybe personal credit card things, so that folks could pay as you go, which is a great idea, but then it's going to throw this out there with the weather. What happens if it's a snowstorm or, weather, rain? How does that then impact these operations?
Yeah. So I think
we're too far into the weeds on that, but
yeah, I think
just something to think about.
I think it's worth noting this is part of the site plan review. So this doesn't mean that we're going to enforce that said that everything is functioning and cleared, and the reality is these don't even need to be available to the public. So if this was if you think, for example, we had a proposal over on a development over on South Street, of which they are making every spot in their underground parking or their covered parking area EV ready. Doesn't mean the public can go there. Doesn't mean that they are obligated to provide that charging in some capacity, but we would be requiring these considerations as part of that site plan review and approval.
Okay. Just one more thing, because we right on Main Street with the new development there in back of the church or beside the church, we've asked that developer to put in e-charge stations. So that would be accessible to the public. So I'm just saying, this is something that either site plan or planning board is going to have to consider going forward. How is this going to be enforced?
Yeah, so the enforcement is on designing and installing it. So it'd be part of the design criteria that they would have to meet in order for for an occupancy.
Okay, so maybe it's just a note for the design board to consider going forward.
Yeah, no, it wouldn't be design review board. It would be part of the site plan review, which is purview of the planning board.
Okay, whoever. It should be addressed.
Yep. Yeah. But the point is it'll be done at the time of the site plan review and at the time of construction. There aren't criteria for maintenance and or public accessibility over the time horizon.
Great idea. Love it.
Anybody else before I circle back to Matthew?
Through the chair.
Yes. Go ahead, Elise.
I just also wanted to add that this would be up to the discretion of the business putting it in if they wanted it to be free use or like pay per charge. This bylaw has nothing to do with however they decide that. So if the business decides they want to give free charging, that's their choice. If they want to put a credit card machine in and make people pay for it, that's up to the discretion of the business owner. So that also just something to consider.
Thank you, Elise. Matthew, you want to try again?
I'll try. Is this working at all? Or am I very delayed?
No.
Not working.
It's not.
It seems like if you call in separately from a phone, keep your computer on mute and call in separately from a phone, you might be able to give us comments.
All right. Are there comments from the public on this proposed bylaw? I can't see everybody, but I think you'll bubble up to the top if you raise your hand. All right. I don't see anybody there. So to John's comment earlier, especially given this is a brand new from scratch bylaw, we are not going to vote on this tonight. But based on the conversation and discussion, this should be a fairly straightforward vote for us at our next meeting after we have town council comment. So I'm not going to do an individual votes to continue these just because it's a lot of extra time for us voting. But let's go ahead and move on to the second public hearing, rooftop solar exemption from site plan requirements. So John, do you want to quickly walk through this proposed amendment?
Sure. So there's a small change in the site plan applicability section. This is how we've been doing business. It just puts it into law. Solar panels, modules, and associated equipment for the rooftop solar has always been considered exempt from site plan review. However, given the zoning enforcement officers potentially retiring within the next 5 to 10 years, we wanted to put this in the bylaw so that any new people coming in know the interpretation as it's been done up till this point. It's clear to any homeowners or any business owners that are looking to do this that we are trying to encourage rooftop solar, and therefore rooftop solar is exempt from site plan review. So we just added that last sentence in green at the bottom. For the purposes of this article, solar panels, modules, and associated equipment that is located on the rooftop of a building shall not be considered mechanical equipment and shall be exempt from the provisions of this article.
So John, just for the public, do you want to explain what that means, exempt from this article?
So generally, if you do a solar array, a ground-mounted solar array, a solar farm, that type of thing, it triggers site plan review. So if you wanted to put solar on your roof, residential uses are exempt from site plan review. So it wouldn't be for a single-family home or a two-family home or anything like that. But say a business downtown or a business in the industrial district wanted to put rooftop solar on their building after their building had been constructed. This would mean that they don't have to go through the site plan review process just for the rooftop solar. They would be allowed to do that by right.
All right. Thanks, John. To the planning board, questions, comments? Fran.
So through the chair, maybe back to the principal planner, since it's by right, if they want to, then if they have an established facility, they then could go ahead and put rooftop solar on. Would they then have, what type of oversight is there for that proposed facility? Solar panels on that facility.
They would still need a building permit.
So that's pretty much it, though.
Pretty much it. But that's how it's been done up to this point. Is there a different kind of permitting that you think should apply?
No, I was just I'm thinking, more of just, outside the box. And if this is really just to codify, business practices that we're already kind of working with them, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, and again, I think, Fran, we certainly have, as you know, we have a lot of sensitivity around ground-mounted solar, which can be much more intrusive. But in general, we see rooftop-mounted solar as a good application. It has very minimal impact on abutters, something we want to encourage. And to John's point, that's one of the reasons that site plan review has been waived in the past. So really just formalizing that within our bylaws.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Through the chair, if I could just make a kind of an example. So if you were to try to install not ground mounted, rooftop solar right at this point, you would basically get a letter of determination from the zoning enforcement official saying it doesn't apply to site plan review. So we're just taking that process out and just saying you don't even have to go through that process to get that determination. We're saying it in the bylaw.
Yeah. Thanks, John.
Any other questions or comments? And I'll just open up to the public as well. Any questions or comments from the public? Okay. Boy, I wish we could vote on these because it feels like we've got general consensus here, but like the first one, we'll hold off until we have comments from town council. Let's go ahead and move to the third one, updates to our inclusionary zoning. John?
Okay, so this one's a little bit more involved than the other two. This inclusionary bylaw is currently in place. We call it the Flexible Community Development Bylaw. The main change, and I'll go through some more specific changes. The main changes are that we are lowering the threshold from the 10th unit, which it currently is, to 5 units. So any development of 5 or more units, a net increase of 5 or more units would apply rather than the 10th unit of any development. And we're removing the requirement for a special permit. So this is done essentially by right, but it's really just done alongside any kind of subdivision plan or site plan or however else they're going through it. Well, it wouldn't be site plan because it's residential, but any kind of subdivision plan or other kind of permit. So I will just go through the detailed items at this point. So currently
John,
how we, yep.
Sorry, can I just pause for a second? I want to make sure people understand that in our current bylaws, if you're going to build a subdivision of, call it 11 houses, one of those houses has to be affordable, or, well, actually, you either have to build a house that's deemed affordable. There's a whole lot of requirements and considerations go into that. You can build an affordable house somewhere else in Hopkinton, or you can make a financial contribution to our affordable housing fund. And so And it's up to the developer as to which of those three options they wish to do. If they build less than 10 houses, they build an 8-house subdivision, then they are not required to accommodate or allow for any affordable housing. So that's the way it stands today. And in most situations, developers will opt for the payment in lieu of affordable housing. So they'll make a contribution that's specified as to what that amount is into the affordable housing fund. Sorry, John, just wanted to make sure people
that's great.
How it works.
That's great. And we'll get into those topics a little bit more as we go through, because those are changed in here. So the first section, or I should say section 210-58 applicability, it changes the trigger threshold from 10 to 5 units, a net increase of 5 units. MAPC has done a study about affordable housing, and generally it is in the range of 5 to 10 units that this trigger starts. They suggest 5, 6, or 7. We can certainly raise it to 6 if we want to, or we can raise it to 7. We put this in as 5 right now, but that's something that can be changed. We took out in section 210-59, we took out the requirement for a special permit. And I will just say that part of this was changed at this point because with MBTA communities potentially coming in and getting voted on at next town meeting, we've gotten direction from the state that if we had our bylaw as it currently stands, where you require a special permit, any MBTA communities development would not have to comply and would not have to provide any affordable housing, because everything in MBTA communities has to be done by right. So part of it is changing this to potentially comply with MBTA communities and allow for affordable housing within any of those types of developments, should that get passed. The other part is to bring it more in line with how inclusionary zoning is done throughout the state. So in what section is this? 210-60. It's changing it to the trigger is 5 units. So any development of 5 or more units would have to comply, and 10% of the total units would have to be affordable. That's kind of how we've done it already. We start at 10, and then for every 10th unit, 1 unit has to be affordable. So, I mean, that's where your 10% is. But this puts it in a different format in terms of language. As Gary had mentioned, we currently allow for offsite and payments in lieu. This changes that to allow for those only by special permit of the planning board. If you provide the affordable units on site, no special permit is required. If you don't want to provide the units on site, if you want to build them somewhere else in town, or if you want to make a payment in lieu, you would require a special permit from the planning board. And I think the key thing is here, to issue that special permit, the planning board needs to make a finding that there will be a significant net benefit to achieving the town's affordable housing objectives as a result of allowing the construction or rehabilitation of a dwelling unit on a different locus than the development, or a payment in lieu. So that gives the planning board a little bit of direction to say, is this worthwhile to have it somewhere else, or is it more worthwhile to have it in the development that we've currently approved? And then we remove some of the other special permit language in that section. In section, what is this, 210-61E, D, is unless explicitly allowed by the consent of the town and the Commonwealth, and that's basically changing the language in the deeds or putting a different length of time. You can do, so the state requires for affordable housing, the state requires that there be a deed restriction for at least 30 years. We usually, and the state encourages, and most towns try and do it in perpetuity, but this is allowing for a change from either the state or the town to make it 30 years or any level between that and in perpetuity. Section E just clarifies that it needs to be compliant with state laws, follow all the deed restrictions, that type of thing. Section G just clarifies some language, nothing real substantive on that. We changed section 210-62 to remove the Hopkinton Community Housing Task Force, because that's not a thing anymore. And then add the offsite locus only if allowed by the planning board through a special permit. And that is essentially the changes, but they are somewhat significant.
All right. Thanks, John, for walking through that. Just one more point I want to make. I think that this really serves two purposes for us. One is that it potentially does a little bit more to encourage affordable housing in town, which is recognized as a challenge across Massachusetts. And then secondly, it helps us maintain the percentage of affordable units, which enables us to avoid what we call unfriendly 40B developments. If we drop below 10% of our housing as being affordable, then a developer can come in and propose something and bypass all local zoning bylaws. So there's two ways to manage that 10%. If you consider the affordable housing the numerator and the total housing the denominator, you can increase the numerator, the affordable housing units, or you can keep the denominator flat. And what's happened over time is that we've seen a lot of, call it 8, 9 subdivisions, 8, 9 unit subdivisions that don't have to build any affordable housing, or we see larger subdivisions that might be making some payment in lieu of, but that payment is not enough to actually build something in town. And as a result, the Affordable Housing Trust Fund hasn't been able to spend their money in some way that provides more affordable housing. So it's just a little bit more detail around the rationale for this. Ronnie, I think you had your hand raised first. Go ahead if you have a question or a comment.
Yeah, thank you to the chair. So I have one question and then some more minutiae detail questions I have. So currently the way it's written on page 1, it says that if 5 homes are to be built, that ends up being a 4-to-1 ratio of non-affordable and 1 affordable. Is that correct based upon page 1? Is that my interpretation correct there, John?
Correct.
Okay. And then if you can go to page 2. So you see 10%. So that means if there are 10 units, that means it would be required 2 affordable homes. So wouldn't that be 20%?
No, if there's 10 units, it would only be 10%. It would be one home.
But I thought it was 5.
You'd have 9 market rate and 1 affordable.
So basically, so if it's 11 homes, then the second one's triggered?
It says where fractional units are the result, the number of affordable units shall be rounded to the nearest whole number. For example, in developments of 12 units, 1 affordable unit shall be created because 1.2 rounds to 1.
So from 5 to 15 units, there would be 1 affordable unit. From 15 to 25 units, or 15 to 14 units, there would be 2.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so that was the first question. Second one is, throughout, in the past as well as even in this, we say in lieu of, in lieu of. At no point does it say the exact amount what that is. And I think that we should be a little bit more finite in those details. And this leads me to my other questions is, how much money do we have in the Affordable Housing Fund? And as you alluded to, that trust fund is quite low, that it's just collecting dust. My words, not yours. Shouldn't we be doing something, or shouldn't the Affordable Housing Fund be actually used? Otherwise, it's not useful to have it at all. And I don't like that idea.
So, John, I think you're going there, but you want to provide a little bit of background as to how that calculation is made. And Ronnie, I think the key point is that it varies over time, which is one of the reasons that there's not a specific call out here. But John, do you?
Yeah, so we have language in here that says it has to be, the fee has to be an equal amount to the purchase price of a 3-bedroom home that is affordable to a qualified affordable housing unit purchaser as contained in the LIP guidelines, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. DHCD has a spreadsheet that you just plug in amounts into. So it's based on the Boston metro area, but you plug in any HOA fees, taxes, I think it's certain down payment, and it spits out this number, and you have to change the price of the home until the number at the top and the number at the bottom meet. And so it changes all the time based on the interest rates that are there, HOA fees for the development. So we can't say what the number is. DHCD makes that formula. And so what the developer does is they fill out this form, send it to DHCD. DHCD confirms that the calculation was done right, and then that establishes the amount that they pay. The last few have been in the $250,000 to $270,000 range per unit. So it's really difficult to build a unit for $270,000.
Absolutely agree with that.
To your second part of the question, the Affordable Housing Trust Fund Board has a robust amount of money in their fund. They are still getting off the ground and trying to get this organization running because they had not been running up until almost not even a year ago at this point. So they're trying to figure out, because it's not really practical to say we're going to build a unit, a single family home with the money that we have, because land acquisition costs, building costs, soft costs, all that stuff goes really high really quickly. And so they're trying to find ways that they can use this money in an effective way. They're not housing professionals. They're volunteers like you all. They don't have necessarily the expertise of affordable housing. So they're trying to find ways, either buy down existing rental units to have them be affordable units, buy up so a lot of the units that we have in the SHI have expiration dates, and maybe their expiration date is in 2090, right? So 60 years from now or 70 years from now, but they can buy that affordability and say, we want to negotiate with the owner and say, we want to give you a certain amount of money to change your deed restriction to be in perpetuity, therefore not having to worry about that unit coming off of the SHI in the future. And a lot of these units are staggered. So some are in 2030, some are in 2040, and so on and so forth. So you would go for the more vulnerable ones first and try and use your money that way to buy that affordability, preserving that unit. But then they're trying to find other ways to actually create new units. But like I said, they're still getting on their feet. They're not affordable housing. So the money is trying to get used. We're just trying to find the most efficient and best way to use it at this point.
That's fantastic. And I do appreciate the great detail. But would it be fair to say that there is, without knowing the exact number, at least 7-figure amount in this trust fund waiting to be utilized once they're, this task force is up and running?
Yes.
Thank you.
I think last I heard there was a little over $1 million in it. Not gonna.
I want to say a little bit more than that, but I don't have the exact figure, so I don't want to give you the wrong number.
And I will say too that in general, from an affordable housing perspective, common practice, it's generally considered preferable to mix in affordable housing with other forms, and part of that is, that there's a lot of implications when we start building sort of a block or a neighborhood that's all affordable. And generally there tends to be more separation and perceptions of homeowners in that situation and other considerations. So I think to John's point, it's not as simple as taking a couple of $1 million and buying a property somewhere and then building some apartments. It's generally preferable to try to mix in those units across the community. So, Matthew.
Yeah, try this on the phone.
Yes, much better.
I like the article each time we've talked about it. The one thing I just want to mention is just a technicality. If we care what the impact of a 0.5 is, we probably need to specify that, since it's distant from both 0.0 and either way, just as a reading of it, as John mentioned, how we deal with the fractional numbers.
And John, I think it rounds up, correct?
Yes, 0.5 rounds up.
Yeah.
We can clarify that in the bylaw if there's questions, but I'm not a mathematician, but I've always been taught 0.5 rounds up.
I think Matthew makes a good point. I think it's worth just putting a note in there.
So we can, if you'd like, we can change in developments of 17 units to affordable units shall be created. We can change that to 15 units and then 1.5 units rounded to 2. That's the example.
Yeah, I like that.
through the chair, could I make a couple comments here?
Of course. Go ahead, Rob.
So I've spent some time thinking about this, and there's the reality of the overall housing market and what developers need to do and what homeowners want next door to them. So in Hopkinton today, we have only one, I'd say, neighborhood that has single family homes that has affordable units in that street. That's Oliver Lane and Baker Lane. So that's opposite Elm Street, where Elmwood School is. So that's the only street that I'm aware of in Hopkinton that has affordable units mixed in with regular non-affordable units of homes, single family homes. Every other affordable unit in Hopkinton is part of some sort of what I would call non-single family neighborhood. So since I've been on the planning board, we've had a number of projects come before us, like Gary mentioned, that are nine unit, like Whisper Way. Like if you look at Whisper Way and look at what they're selling those homes for on Whisper Way, I just did this. The one house on the market is for 2.6 million. Do you think anybody on Whisper Way that's paying 2.6 million wants an affordable unit next door to them? No. Do you think the developer could make a financial case to build an affordable unit? No. So what is that going to do? So either they're going to put forward projects of 4 units consistently, or they're going to somehow convince us or come to the board to try to convince us that it's in our best interest to build these offsite or do a payment in lieu. So I don't think homeowners of future homeowners in Hopkinton or any current homeowners in Hopkinton want affordable units next to them when they're living in a single family home that could be 700,000 to 2.7 million. And I don't think developers are they can't make a financial business case to do it. So I don't see the viability in this. I think our goal as a planning board is to stay above the 10% ratio of affordable units. And I'm a firm believer we need to put effort into that. I just don't think this bylaw is the answer.
Okay, thanks, Rob. Other questions or comments from the board? Jane?
I think Rob raises some good points for continued discussion. I was surprised to hear that the average payment out for these developers is $250 to $275. To Rob's point, new homes in Hopkinton are selling for 2.6 million. So there's definitely some discrepancy there that we have to try and think about. Also, there are other areas in town, Rob, where there are other homes, West Main Street, Cedar Street, where, homes relatively do sell for less than $2.6 million. So there has to be continued discussion. And to Rob's point, I'm not sure that this bylaw really captures the whole concept, the whole conversation of what the reality is. I don't know. It's a difficult conversation.
All right, thanks, Jane. Other comments from the planning board before we open it up to the public? Fran?
I'd like to get, to the chair, I'd like to get Zach's perspective on this as well, before I weigh in with my question. Maybe I already heard that, but I don't think I had.
Rachel?
Yeah.
Rachel, are you there? Mary, would you be able to provide some, or Elise?
I certainly can. And I'm sure Elise can chime in as well. For one thing, and John can correct me if I'm wrong and give more detail on this, but some of the changes that are proposed in this bylaw are being done for more than just the affordable housing issue. They're essentially to make certain aspects of our bylaws in general ready for the MBTA community type of changes that and John can go into the details on that. We and Zach wanted to take this opportunity when we were changing this bylaw for the MBTA community state laws that are going into effect fairly soon, to also address in whatever way possible the affordability issue. And we certainly have seen that developments were shrinking from previous decades to anything below 10. So it didn't trigger the need to build an affordable. We also have seen even those that triggered the affordable utilizing the payment in lieu almost exclusively, at least exclusively since I've been on the planning board, and probably longer than that. So we wanted to try to address it in a number of different ways, which John outlined very well. I agree with Rob in that, yes, there's still ways to get around it, but we're trying to make it a little harder. We're trying to make it more difficult for developers to immediately go to payment in lieu. And really to give the planning board a little bit more ability to make sure that some affordable units get built by developers, because it is simply not feasible really for us as a town to go and build individual units by ourselves. It really needs to be a developer doing it in the context of building other homes, because that's where the benefits you get from the cost. And so that is really the only reasonable way to start to get additional housing from the planning board contribution to this. So I'm not discounting the efforts that the Housing Trust might make in extending deed restrictions and so on and so forth. So those will help as well. But yeah, so you're absolutely right in that, it is possible that this will not result in anything, but not passing it certainly won't help. So that's kind of the way I look at it right now.
Fran, did you have a follow-up question?
I had a comment, Mr. Chairman, if I may. I am in favor of this proposal. I do think it is this body's responsibility to create an equitable law that all members or individuals that want to live in Hopkinton have the opportunity through affordable housing. That's one of the things that we're charged with. And, this proliferation, and I've been on this board a long time. I have seen developers, to Mary's comment, come up with loopholes, do a lot of things to work around creating a unit of affordable housing with any of the developments. It is the developer. It's the developer's responsibility. It's their business decision to, identify and develop affordable units within the context of these 9 or whatever, pick your number, unit developments that they're getting. The broader profitability needs to be balanced with the affordable housing that the law frames in as a responsibility for the developer to provide some degree on a percentage basis of affordable housing. So I hope we can kind of move forward with this. I know there'll be more discussion on it. I love the, bilateral thoughts in the entire group, but I do think we're at a place and point in time where, I think this bylaw is well overdue. So I applaud Zach for putting it forward and having discussion here with this group.
All right, thanks, Fran. We'll go to Paul and then Ronnie, and then I have a couple of quick comments. So, Paul?
This might be a question for John, but but really related to the MBTA. Can you kind of go into more detail about how this could be beneficial for the MBTA project coming down the road?
Through the chair. So MBTA communities, for those of you who don't know, I'll just try and give a quick background. MBTA communities is a law that was passed by the state that essentially requires towns that are designated as MBTA communities. Hopkinton is considered an adjacent community because we are adjacent to Southborough, which has a commuter rail line. It requires MBTA communities to zone for a certain number of units. Hopkinton's number is 750 units. That doesn't require them to be built. It just requires that there is zoning that allows for that type of development by right. If those towns do not comply and do not pass the zoning, they are ineligible for certain grants. And right now it's MassWorks, Housing Choice, and then another one that I don't quite remember. But we don't know how that's going to change in the future, depending on however many towns qualify. Right now, it's those grant funding that we would miss out on, but we don't know what it's going to look like in the future. So we need to go through the exercise. The planning department needs to go through the exercise to provide a bylaw that can get voted on at town meeting. And that's our plan at this point. In the MBTA communities law, these developments have to be allowed by right at a certain density of 15 units per acre. They cannot, therefore, since they have to be by right, any development would need to require no special permits, no site plan review, or actually site plan review, but in a much restricted format. We can't have a full site plan review under the law. But if there was a special permit required for affordable housing, the MBTA community zoning would be exempt from that requirement. So all 750 units would be market rate, which would probably get us out of the 10%, to be honest, if that was fully built out, which I can't anticipate it would right off the bat, but it's something to be concerned about if we're trying to stay above the 10%. So by changing the inclusionary bylaw to be essentially by right and not require a special permit, it would then apply to any MBTA communities development. So any MBTA communities development would have to provide at least 10% affordable housing on site. And then that would, we mark it at 10%. And actually MBTA communities doesn't allow you to go more than 10% unless you can do an economic feasibility statement saying that you can require more than 10%. But putting it at 10% keeps us consistent with the level of affordable housing on the SHI that we're currently at, right? Because we have to keep 10% of our total units. So just looking forward, even if MBTA communities comes before town meeting, doesn't get passed, this is aimed to address the 8 and 9 unit subdivisions that have come before the planning board a lot in the recent past. But should MBTA communities pass, it also then captures that. And then we're keeping consistent with what we have in terms of the SHI, the subsidized housing inventory, which tracks our affordable housing compared to our total housing units. And then just keeps that consistent so that we're not dropping below unless we somehow create more market rate and not offsetting with affordable. Does that answer your question?
Very much.
And you can see why I decided to let John explain that.
Ronnie.
Yes. Okay. So there's a lot of these numbers and stuff like that, but I still am hung up with this A on this screen here. If we were to just remove that statement altogether, we would ensure that the MBTA situation is dealt with. We just ensure that we're always at the 10% threshold, because the way it's listed is they can go up to 17 homes, whatever it is, or 15 homes. Even if it's 14, we're always going to get closer and closer to getting down to that 9%. But if you have it set solid, that means it's 5 or lower, one affordable, or 9 or lower, still be one affordable. It ensures that 10%. I would personally just remove this this bullet here, A, altogether, because it is superseded by the previous page, which says 5 to 1. It just, I look at that thing as I can see they are closer and closer ticking to get underneath that 10%, and therefore we're going to have to scramble with the affordable housing fund to find stuff versus is 5 to 1 blank. That's just my thoughts. It's irking me that we're trying to find little holes. We're providing a loophole for developers is what we're doing by having that A on the next page.
So, Ronnie, I'd beg to differ. I think the challenge is that this calls out that anything over 5 units requires affordable units, but it doesn't say how many affordable units. And the way that Section A of 210-60 reads, that ensures that we're always going to be building at least 10%. Sorry, not quite, but it's an improvement. No. It's still an improvement over where we are today.
But we are right on that border, are we not, Mr. Chair? Like we're at 10.x%, 10.2, 10.4%, and every single subdivision that's built with 13 or 14 homes, which only requires one, is going to tick that number down. It's simple math here. Yeah. And so by saying 5 to 1, 5 to 1, 5 to 1, it ensures we're protected.
So, but you can't just remove this because there's no other specification as to how many affordable units have to be built. So what's that?
Through the chair. Through the chair. Ronnie, are you saying that it should be 1 for every 5? So it would be 20%. Yes. That's what he's proposing.
Yes.
I don't know if we can do that legally. John could speak to that.
Because so if it's 1 in every 5, that means if they were to build 9, because it's still in a subdivision of 9, they still have to build 1. Here we're saying you can go up to 14 and only build 1. It just has to be in the first 5 that there's one that is either you build it or you pay in lieu. And clearly $250,000 is not even enough to buy the property where the house is going to be built. If that is the route that the Affordable Housing Fund Committee wants to go.
Exactly.
Yeah. So that could be an option. We could make this tighter. That's certainly an option. John.
Through the chair.
Sorry. You want to let John talk first real quick, Mary?
Sure.
I think he has a response to that.
Thank you. Through the chair. So to Ronnie's point, this section is just the trigger for where it applies. This section requires 10% of the units. So if you changed it to 1 in every 5, that would be, to Mary's point, 20%. If we are trying to do this to MBTA communities, that would not apply. You can't require more than 10% unless you have an economic feasibility statement that says that you can justify 20%. What I think Ronnie is trying to say is instead of having it be fractional units round to the nearest whole number, you would say any fraction rounds up to the next whole number. And that would capture 1.1 out of 11 units. 1.1 units would then round up to 2.
Mathematically, yes. And that would be avoid that loophole. Yes, John,
so
I agree.
That's what I think would be the efficient way to do what you're suggesting, is to change the language to say, instead of rounded to the nearest whole number, it would be rounded up to the next whole number. And that's actually the language I didn't call this out, but that's actually language we have in the EV parking bylaw. It rounds to the next whole number.
So that would be my recommendation. Yes.
I like that.
I would agree with that too.
That is something that Zach considered and would obviously be open to.
Through the chair.
Oh, hang on, Rob. Paul had his hand raised first.
Sure.
We'll get to you in a second. Paul?
Yep. Yeah, I know some people have done some research on the side of this. Does it sound right that we would need about 600 more houses in the numerator before we would go below that 10% threshold, the 40B. When we had kind of done the math of how many houses are actually in Hopkinton versus how many are currently affordable, we would need 600 more just regular houses before we would go below that 10% threshold. That sound right?
I've heard that estimate,
John?
but we don't know we haven't seen the latest estimates based on our current census to actually know where we stand today. But I think the point is that there is a fair number of houses that would need to be built, whether it's 600 or 400. There's a fair number of houses that would need to be built to drop below that 10% threshold. John, do you want to comment on that? You have more detail?
Yeah, I've had this conversation with some people before. So the census, so the SHI bases the total housing units, not the affordable units, the total housing units. So the denominator, to Gary's previous example, off of the census figures. We are still working off of 2010 census figures because I guess the 2020 census is not getting released until May. So basically all of the housing units, affordable or market rate, that have been built since 2010 have not been captured in this denominator. So yes, it's true. Based on the number that we currently have, the 2010 census, it's if you did the math and it's 600 units, but that's not true in real terms. That's true in 2010 census terms. I can't give you a estimate as to how many total housing units we have. And I talked to MAPC and they had a different number because as a regional planning agency, they may have more up-to-date numbers, but I don't want to tell you that number because I don't know what it is for accuracy's sake. And I don't know where they got it from. I asked them to provide me those numbers and the person who had the presentation is out on paternity leave and is not responding. So I couldn't get that for the meeting tonight. I'm hoping to get it for the next meeting and give a more accurate estimate as to where we are. But I can confidently say we are not at 14% anymore because we're not factoring in the units that have been built since 2010. But I don't know where we are, and I can't give you an estimate because I don't want to be off and give you the wrong idea.
And John, I think it's worth noting that we have calculated the number that's in the numerator. So if there are affordable units, that is being in consideration, but the denominator is still the 2010 number.
Correct. Because the SHI gets updated every year with the affordable units, but they still use the same census figures for 10 years. So we'll have the 2020 denominator for 10 years until 2030.
All right, Rob.
Thanks, Gary. Through the chair. So I think everybody on the board is well aware of the problem we're trying to solve for. We want to stay above the 10% threshold. And this zoning article is trying to address that. But I am concerned that there's not enough thought at the board level of how developers would react and how homeowners / voters would react to this proposal. Developers need to be a profitable business. So if we want to kind of somehow stop development in Hopkinton, well, we could look at it one way. How do we basically make it really difficult for them to make a profitable business case to develop homes in Hopkinton? So maybe we can think of it that way. If that's our goal, we could also think of if we don't think of it that way, how do we stay above the 10% threshold? And if we're thinking of it that way, well, I go back to the residents and the homeowners in neighborhoods, in traditional, what I would call single family home neighborhoods. They don't want one affordable unit next door, let alone 2 in every 11. And a developer is never going to build 11 units in a neighborhood. It's just unrealistic. So we need to, I'm very curious to hear from the board members, how do they think developers and homeowners or voters are going to react to this? We got to think about what they would do. Like if I was a developer, the first thing I would do if this was became a bylaw, I would contact my financial advisor. I'd contact my lawyer. How do I get around this? I need to make money. This, Like I can't build 5 units and one of them affordable where I'm losing $1 million on it if I'm only making 180,000 on the other 4. It just doesn't make, you can't run a business like that. So they're going to think of all those ways. And I think we're thinking of the problem to stay above 10%, but we also need to think of how developers and homeowners would react to any proposal, because I don't think homeowners in single family home neighborhoods want affordable units next door. And I also don't think developers want to lose money when building a neighborhood.
So, Rob, I have a few thoughts on that. Number one, I live in a neighborhood that has a pretty good mix. There are houses that have sold on my street within the last 5 years for not for $270,000, but for the $300,000. And I have houses being built at the end of my street that are going to be somewhere in the $2 to $2.8 million range. And I'll just tell you that as a single family homeowner, I like the fact that there is socioeconomic diversity in my neighborhood. I think it adds to the richness of it. I think it's great to have people from different backgrounds with different jobs at different points in their lives, whether they be retirees or in the trades or teachers or whatever else. So I'm not about to try to predict how the voters of Hopkinton will react. But regardless of what we recommend, this is going to go to town meeting anyways. To your comment about the developers and how they might respond to this, number one, my job as a planning board member is not to make sure that the developers can make a lot of money. But I'll give you an example. If we go back to Whisper Way, which I think you referenced earlier, there were multiple existing smaller houses on that parcel that were demolished and are not being rebuilt as part of that proposal. So I'd argue that if we had stricter guidelines in place, there's very likely some very reasonable options that could have kept one of those houses intact, that could have been renovated and could have been considered as part of that. And I would also bet that the people that live up on top of the hill wouldn't have had a big issue with a smaller single family house somewhere on there. So I don't doubt that it makes it harder on developers. But at the same time, I think that where there's a will, there's a way. And just in that scenario, I think there probably would have been an option to build an affordable or to renovate an affordable unit as part of that development. So that's just my take on it, and I'll stop there. But Elise, I think you had your hand raised next, so go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to add to that. One of the things we had discussed in ZAC was it's possible if this bylaw passes in town meeting that in the future, developers might choose to make more smaller units instead of these large houses, which are also not very eco-friendly and green. So if something like this were to pass, maybe people aren't thinking they'll sell one house for $2.8 million, but maybe they could build 2 houses or 3 houses. And so they would have to do the affordable one, but they could still be making smaller, more energy efficient, greener houses. I can't speak for developers, but that was one of the things we had discussed in ZAC.
All right, thanks, Elise. We're going to go to one more planning board comment, and I do want to open up to the public to see if there's any comments here. And then I think just from a time perspective, we need to move on. So Ronnie, go ahead.
Thank you. So I want to reiterate some of the things that Rob has said, but I'm not going to verbatim say them again, because I agree with much what he says, but at the same time, I agree with what you say, Gary, because I do not know what every person in Hopkins thinks, whether they would be in favor of that in their neighborhood or not. However, the one thing that I want to stress to the voters, as Rob was pointing out, is if we do nothing and we dip underneath that 10%, it's not just the MDBTA, it's the fact that a developer can come in and then do what they wish. And then we are left with something that could have dramatic impacts on our town that we would not be in favor of. whatever, whether it's a apartment complex or an area that is not to the likings of many of our voters. And so that is why I think we need to be very proactive in what we do. Do I believe that the vast majority of the developers will say, okay, I'll pay in lieu of? Yes, my opinion is that's exactly what they'll do. And therefore, we need to have a very robust affordable housing fund task force to make sure that the money is well spent so that we do not pull that trigger, because that would be detrimental to our town.
All right. Thanks, Ronnie. Are there questions or comments from the public? All right. I'm surprised to not see anybody chiming in here. Okay. So I think what makes sense on this one, certainly some great healthy discussion. I appreciate that. That's the purpose of these, is to have this debate in a public forum to ensure that that we are being transparent throughout this discussion. So I think this is exactly how this process is meant to unfold. You know, we are going to go ahead and continue this. I do think that what I want to ask on this one that I want people to think about is if we want to make that change that Ronnie suggested, in which we always round up instead of rounding to the nearest whole number. You know, I think I'd encourage people to think about that. You know, from a process perspective, we can discuss that as a change. And then we would vote on whether or not we wanted to recommend this for approval based on, you know, after we have the discussion as to whether or not we make that change. So that'd be my ask for the group. Give this some thought. And when we reconvene on it, that's where we'll start is if we want to make that language change in section A of 210-60. Sound okay? John, question for you. So we need to continue these three. As I look at our schedule, the 20th of March is already pretty darn full. And I'm just curious if what we have for deadlines here to get this through, if we were to push this to April 3rd, is that too late? Or would you recommend that we continue these three hearings to March 20th?
So I don't think that it's too late, but to be on the safe side, you may want to just continue them to March 20th. And then if the agenda is still full at that time, we can find out if it's okay to continue them to the 3rd, and then just do a formality continuance on the 20th to the 3rd without any discussion.
Okay. All right. So on that note, then I will entertain a motion to continue the public hearings for electric vehicle parking, for rooftop solar exemption, and inclusionary zoning bylaws to March 20th, 2023.
So moved.
So moved. Second, Ron Pfeiffer.
All right. Assuming no further discussion, Mary, how do you vote?
Yes.
Rob?
Rob Benson, yes.
Fran?
Yes.
Jane?
Jane, yes.
Ron?
Ron Pfeiffer, yes.
Elise?
Yes.
Paul?
Yes.
Matthew?
Yes.
And Gary Trundle is a yes. So again, I also want to thank the folks from ZAC. There's a lot of work that goes into this and a lot of time beating these up. As you can see, they're complex, they're messy, and I just want to acknowledge all the work that ZAC has put in on these proposals. So we're changing gears a little bit. We're going to move to two proposed articles that came to us by citizens petition. And we've gotten a lot of communications on one of these. I do just want to point out beforehand that that both of these citizens petitions followed a process as is described and as is allowable by our town. I also want to point out that the way this process works, the citizens petition, they've submitted that. The job of the planning board is not to make any decisions. This is not our proposal. The job of the planning board is to decide if these are something that we want to recommend for approval at town meeting. So the debate and the discussion starts now on these. And through the planning board process, we'll have some discussion here. It will continue to another meeting. And then regardless of how the planning board votes on this, the discussion will continue at town meeting. So I just want to point that out, and some of the emails and letters, there were comments that felt that there wasn't an opportunity for abutters or other folks in town to counter petition. Practically speaking, the way the process works, there wouldn't really be any point to that. And now is the time to have that debate and to make those points. So, John, anything I missed there from a process perspective that's worth adding to that? I just want to make sure people are aware that this is allowable and it's appropriate.
No, I think you got most of it. I would just say to build onto your point, a counter petition would really just be voting this down at town meeting. That's the counter action to the petition. So I think everything else you got pretty accurately.
Okay. So we're going to start with West Elm Street. And is the sponsor of this one on the call?
Yes, I'm on the call.
Hi, Gary.
A representative of the church.
Can you go ahead and introduce yourself and your affiliation? Not your religious affiliation, but your association with the property owner.
All right, my name is Mary Overholt. I've been a member of the church for over 20 years. I am not a resident of Hopkinton, but I have prepared a presentation. We also have here with us Doug Rancourt, who was the former chairman of the church and is currently a trustee involved in the sale of the property. And he's a Hopkinton resident. And we also have with us Howard Burgoyne, who is a member of the denomination. Actually, he's the chairman of the East Coast Conference, and he will be involved in the sale of the property and that process.
All right. So, Mary, I don't know if you want to speak to it, but I think that I think on this one, you can probably just kind of quickly summarize why you are or what you're proposing and why you're proposing it.
Yeah, I've prepared a short presentation if I can share my screen.
All right, we can see your screen.
All right, and so this would be for an amendment for 2 West Elm Street and for 0 West Elm Street to change the zoning from rural, or actually residential B, to business district. This is a picture of the church as it currently is, 2 West Elm Street. This is a picture of 2 West Elm Street looking from the intersection of West Elm Street and West Main. This is just, if you're not familiar, just a locus map. You know, here's the center of town, and this is the area. All right, and this map shows the specific lots that are included on the proposal. It's 2 lots. One is the lot that the church is on, which is this one right here. It is 3.67 acres. And then there's a very small parcel, which is also owned by the denomination, which is just 0.17 acres, which is included in this proposal. This is a copy of the current zoning map. And I just like to talk about the zoning in the area. Across the street, we have the Price Chopper Complex right here, which is business zoned. And this is a South Street, which is Industrial A with a hotel overlay. On the other side of 495, we have rural business along West Main Street. And then the Industrial B and hotel overlays behind that. The current zoning for 2 and 0 West Elm Street is residential B, and this is the most restrictive zoning of any land bordering on 495 and West Main Street. Just an aerial showing, I'm sure you're familiar with it, but all the development that's close by and on the other side. And just to note, this lot behind is also owned by the denomination. We're not proposing to change the zoning on that lot. That would remain residential. All right, so the church is closing and the property will go up for sale. Under residential B zoning, the best use is to build houses on this property. Although this is not a very ideal location for residential development, given the proximity to heavy traffic and the lights on West Main. You guys are probably familiar with this view looking toward Price Chopper and the highway. It is a very good location for business. It has excellent visibility and access to 495 and West Main. This lot is small. It is limited by wetlands. The highlighted area is probably mostly wetland. And even the lot here, the second lot, is probably not buildable due to the wetlands. We're just including it just because the parcels are both owned by the church. So this is probably the only buildable area of the property, which is already built right now. So any commercial use here would be small. This lot is well buffered from neighboring residential areas, given the existing wetlands. You can see there's a good buffer of trees from these houses nearby, from this house, and even from the houses on West Main. It is well buffered. This lot here, I believe, is a drainage lot, so there's nothing going to be built there. Here's some pictures just showing what it looks like in the winter. So again, this is looking at Price Chopper. This is West Elm Street. Here's the church. There are residential areas behind there, but even in the winter, you can't really see it through the trees. This is from the church driveway, looking across to the close residential areas. And again, even in the winter, you can barely see the houses. So I don't think it would have a huge impact on residential neighborhoods. So this just map is showing the kind of the history of the area. You know, this church was built in 1975, shortly after 495 was constructed. And the church has been in a single ownership that whole time. And I didn't have any access to historic zoning maps, but I can only imagine that the zoning in these areas has changed as the commercial and industrial uses have come in. The zoning on this lot has not really needed to change. It's been single use for that whole time period. But with the lot going on the market now, we thought it would be appropriate to ask for a zoning change. And that's just the end of my presentation.
All right. Thanks, Mary. Really comprehensive, and appreciate all the work that you put into it. And this goes without saying, but certainly a tough situation for you and the other members of the church. So just want to acknowledge that it's never feels good to see these kinds of facilities that have done a lot of good for the community go dormant. Let's open it up to the board. Questions or comments? Mary.
I would support this change. And it makes a lot of sense to me. I've actually looked at that lot many times over the last 20 years and said, gee, that would make more sense as a business area. But knowing the history from this presentation, which I did not realize the church has been there that long, it makes a lot of sense that it probably has gone through zoning changes for other areas nearby and along 495. So I think that this is a type of change that, had it been the decision or a recommendation to be made by Zach, that this is one I would have spearheaded myself, because it makes a lot of sense. And I'm glad to see the buffering is so good, for other properties nearby, especially the residential properties.
Ronnie?
Through the chair, firstly, I'd like to thank the presenter for a fantastic layout. It really clearly, well, your pictures were perfect, so I'm going to leave it at that. I just have the one question is, have you been able to speak with any of the rather distant abutters, because you show that they would be quite far away, about this proposal?
No, we have not reached out to any abutters.
Okay. Well, again, we're going to eventually open up to the public, but at this junction, you have my support, because I think it makes logical sense, everything else in that area. And again, I do want to compliment you for coming with such a clean presentation. It makes our life so much easier.
All right. On that note, let's open it up to the public and see if there is anyone out there that would like to comment on this. Yes, Mrs. Rancourt. Oh, sorry, hang on one sec. You are muted. You're still muted. And down in the lower left-hand corner, there should be a mute button if you hover your mouse over it.
Okay.
There you go. Yes, we can hear you now. If you could just start with your name and address.
Thank you. I'm Terry, and this is my husband, Doug Rancourt, and we live quite close to the church, right across the pond, literally. So we're about a half mile, and have been with the church for over 20 years as well. Thank you, Mary. That was an awesome presentation. And I just wanted to say that we are abutters, just about as close as abutters get, and got signatures from several people on our street to present this to you. So in that regard, we did speak to abutters, but we're on Priscilla Road, which goes around the lake, the small part of the lake. So those people as well can sort of look across the pond and see the church. So that's all I have to say.
Thanks, Terry. Are there any other comments from the public? Stephanie.
I'm sorry, through the chair, could you specify your address for the minutes?
Yes, we're at 7 Priscilla Road.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Terry. Spencer has his hand raised. Spencer, go ahead.
That presentation. Yeah, I happen to live just across that small area of water there, immediately behind the trees. This is the first I've heard of this, and there are at least 3 or 4 houses just across the street on the same side of the water as the church. Just wondering if those people have been included in the or notified of this consideration to change the zoning.
Yeah, John, I'm going to assume that any what distance they need to be in order to be formally notified?
300 feet within the boundary of the parcel.
Okay.
And then also, I'm wondering what considerations would be given to any business that might want to move in there. I'm not familiar with the bylaws of the town as far as what a business has to go through to get approval to build. So I think that would be of interest to the people that live in the immediate area of this parcel, with these parcels. I'd just be interested in knowing, what what approval process a business would need for business.
Yeah, it's a great question, Spencer. And John, would you be willing to just at a high level speak to what would likely be required if a business were to want to build something out on that lot?
Sure. So I'm opening up the zoning bylaws right now. So in the B district, the uses that are allowed by right. Let me read these quickly. Permitted uses by right would be bed and breakfast establishments and inns with maximum of 12 guest rooms, retail stores and retail service shops, business or professional offices, medical offices and banks, municipal uses, funeral homes and mortuaries, restaurants, mixed-use buildings comprised of retail space on the first floor and office space or residential dwelling units on the second and third floors, and accessory uses by special permit, and this is by permit of the Board of Appeals. Gas stations, single-family and multifamily residences and buildings for dwelling purposes, live commercial entertainment, car wash facilities, theaters, halls, and clubs. And then a special permit by the planning board would be drive-in, drive-through, or drive-up uses, excluding the dispensing of food or drink provided, however, yada, 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 some technical details, off-street parking facility, and registered marijuana dispensary. So by right, the first set of uses ranging from bed and breakfast to mixed use would be allowed without a special permit. However, any uses would likely require site plan review. And if they disturb more than an acre of land, they would likely require a stormwater management permit. Any of the other uses would also require those two things and a special permit from either the Board of Appeals or the planning board. And then obviously building permit for anything. And if there's wetlands, Concom review.
All right. Thanks, John. Spencer, any further questions?
You mentioned a special permit being required for all but two of those things. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes.
What's involved in getting a special permit? Is it like?
Well, so it's worth noting that uses that are allowable by right, those are things that someone could buy the land, and as long as they comply with our bylaws, they have a right to build. For a use that requires a special permit, then that would have to go to one of the boards, either the planning board or the Board of Appeals, in order to get permission to build something for that purpose. And there's just inherently more subjectivity in determining whether or not that use would be allowed.
Is there any kind of
no guarantee, and there's a lot of additional steps that they would have to convince said board that it made sense to do.
Is there any kind of a vote required of the residents of the area?
It would be up to the board that was hearing it. There would be public comment as part of that, but through that process, there wouldn't be anything that would go to town meeting or a particular, voting or polling of abutters. And that's standard practice for any of these types of developments in the business district.
Would it be possible for me to get a copy of the explanation of the bylaws that were read?
Yep, it sure would. You can contact the land use department at Town Hall, and they can provide those to you.
And would you mind repeating the reference to those bylaws?
John, do you have it's the business district bylaws. I don't remember the exact.
It's section 17 of the zoning bylaws. If you call the land use department and ask for John Gelsich, I can help you out. Or if you want to stop by Town Hall, we can sit down and I can go through them and print out a copy for you too.
How do you spell your last name, John?
Gelcich. 。
All right. Thanks, Spencer, for the questions. And as I said,
Thank you.
from a process perspective, even the planning board is not going to vote on this tonight, but we will plan to vote on it at our next hearing. It will still need to go in front of town meeting either way. So the planning board is really just a function of making a recommendation as to whether or not we support it. So Fran, sorry, you had your hand raised.
Yeah, no, Mr. Chair, I've lowered my hand just given the discussion that's already occurred and the continued work.
Okay. And Stephanie, did you need Spencer's address?
I need his full name and his address, please.
Go ahead, Spencer.
Do I write that down somewhere or type it in?
Just got to read it off to us.
Okay, I'm at 26 Lake Point Way.
And what's your last name?
Love the land, L-O-V as in Victor, E-L-A, and as in Nancy, D as in David.
All right.
Thank you.
Spencer, and thanks, Stephanie. I was thinking of that as he was speaking, and then I forgot about it. So
yeah, thank you.
Thanks for chiming in. All right. So we'll go ahead and continue that one shortly, but let's move to the next one, which is a zoning map change. Hayward Street, South Street, and Pine Grove Lane, proposal from residential lakefront to rural business. And I see Mr. Bemis is on there. So Mr. Bemis is the sponsor. I don't know if that's the right, is that the right term, sponsor? For a citizen's petition? All right, Mr. Bemis is the sponsor. So why don't you go ahead and walk us through what it is you're proposing and why you are proposing it.
Great. Okay, thank you. Peter Bemis, resident 3 Lakeview Path. And if I could share screen, I have some exhibits that would make this easier to illustrate and discuss.
You go.
Okay.
All right, Peter, we can see your
come up. Great, thank you very much. Good. So the view on the left. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. So the zoom, I'm gonna zoom in, and the view on the left is the current situation. That exists here. So what you're looking at is the corner of South and Hayward. So it's parcels 66, 68, 70 South Street. 28 and 30 Hayward Street. The remaining of the property is Pine Grove Lane, 34 and 36 Hayward Street. And those are all currently owned by South Franklin Realty LLC. The manager of that is Jim Marguerite, who's also a resident of Hopkinton at 22 Westcott Drive. And I'm presuming somewhere out there in the ether, Jim is participating in this meeting as well, but I'll do the presentation. So current situation on the left is again showing the industrial A zone that extends along South Street on both the east and west sides until you get to this property at Hayward. You just talked about the one at Welsh Elm on the other side of the interchange with South Street. This industrial zone extends down and continues, but there's a pocket that's cut out here at Hayward. And the property to our south is shown here in the light blue is rural business. So what we're proposing is this right view. And there would be parcel 66, 68, 70 South Street, 28 and 30 Hayward Street, and then the adjacent ways that are there would tie into the rural business zone that exists on the south side. That would extend north now, coming around the former EMC property here that was the 52 South Street that has been vacant since it was constructed. The land beyond Pine Grove Lane would remain residence lakefront. The reason why we're looking to do this, Jim Marguerite, he is president of Marguerite Concrete. They were founded in 1989 They're currently located at 11 Rosenfeld Drive in Hopedale. And Jim, through the expansion of his business, has been occupying an office building on South Street now for a number of years at 239 South. They occupy the top floor of that building, and that building does not afford any more expansion for their space needs. The employees and he would like to stay in Hopkinton. This piece of property came on the market and has been purchased by Jim's Realty Trust. And to rezone this corner would afford the opportunity for them to build their headquarters here for their business, be able to retain the employees that currently are housed in Hopkinton and be able to grow his business here. Jim is not unfamiliar to some of those in Hopkinton. Through the building department, he's been involved with the Marathon School project about 5 years ago in the original construction, and he's currently doing work there today with the classroom expansion. So he has a vested interest by living in the community, he has a vested interest doing work in the community, and now wishes to expand his business in the community. And by rezoning this, we can do that. I'm going to advance the page to show you what we're proposing. Now I'm going to zoom out a bit. I think it'll be easier to see. So this is that same corner, South Street at Hayward Street. And our proposal is to develop those parcels and provide a buffer to that existing Residence A zone that we are the abutter to. So again, I'll zoom in a bit now. And this is the termination of the existing EMC site. And you can see the fragments of their parking lot as it comes across the back of our site. So you're not quite seeing their curb cut here to the north. But as you head south, we're proposing a curb cut to be able to enter the site. Circulation around the building, there's 118 parking spaces shown here. We're proposing a 24,000 square foot building. And we would have an egress on Hayward Street. That egress would be restricted. The egress would only afford turning movements that would take you on a left turn back out to South Street so that there'd be no travel to the west down Hayward Street. And this driveway aligns right across the existing driveway to 25 Hayward, which is the Ko Sushi Grill property, which is anchored on the corner here. And that's 25 Hayward. And the next building is 7476, where the Dunkin' Donuts is located. And I have one more exhibit to help put this in perspective. So again, going back on South Street.
Peter.
Yes.
Can I just interject for 1 second? Because I want to make sure people understand, and it's really helpful to see kind of what you're envisioning for that property. But I just want to remind folks that what's under discussion tonight is just the rezoning, not the plans there themselves. So while it's nice to see, that really doesn't have any relevance other than a conceptual idea of what it might be. So I apologize to interrupt. I just want to make sure people realize that we're not reviewing the plans or that site map that you showed. So
I just thought it was helpful to understand why we're proposing this and what would be the outcome if it was supported. So the purpose in this exhibit is to just illustrate that, again, this area, you just looked at it for the West Elm proposal before this. This is that 52 South Street property. This is the 40 South Street property. And this is the Granite facility across the street, the two facilities I just described here. Coming down south, we're anchoring this corner. This is the separation. This is the connection of the existing driveways. We're about 2,000 feet in a straight line to the lake. And we do have a few homes. I think there are 3 houses that are on the south side of Hayward, one of which is in this area here. So you can see that we're trying to propose a green buffer strip between us and that property with our driveway to take us to the back to South Street. By rezoning it, we can create a corporate campus for Marguerite Concrete so that they can locate at this facility, locate their facility at this property. Again, we hope to be able to do this, go through the process with the planning board, but the first step is the rezoning. And I would also take a step back to say we would have gone through Zach. Unfortunately, this property didn't transact until the end of 22. We had our boundary survey to complete, and then when we found out about available meeting dates, your warrant articles close fairly early with the town meeting in May. We really thought we'd have the opportunity to do this through the normal channels, but that wasn't possible. Jim's timing is that he needs to make a decision for where he's going to expand his business, and this is where he would like to do it. So that's why we're here before you this evening. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks, Peter. Like a similar process, we'll open it up to the planning board for discussion. Matthew.
Yeah, through the chair, probably to John. The plans look help picture what's envisioned. The idea of being able to restrict traffic going just back out to South Street sounds positive. If we were to rezone this, what sort of influence would we have to ensure that that traffic pattern would be kept?
So whatever Peter showed, that's non-binding, and there's not really any, there's no way to enforce that's what would be built. But whatever would be proposed would go through a site plan review. And it would need to comply with our bylaws for Rural B. So I don't know the details of that well enough, but it would be a comprehensive review, and like everything else, if it complies with our bylaws, then that's something that the use is allowable by right, then that's something we would need to comply with. If they wanted to do something beyond that, then that would require waivers from the bylaws. So, Fran?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Probably directed toward the principal planner that they're looking to have this rezone rural business. What type of vehicles are allowed as part of the rural business zoning? Would that be, obviously, I'm thinking more of the tractors. The proponent talked a little bit about the type of business that the owner is involved in, and I was just curious what is allowed by right in rural business.
Sorry, Brad, I was going to add on to that, not just from a vehicle perspective, but John, if you're going to pull up the bylaw, which I think you might be doing already, like on the last one with the business district, if you could just summarize what is allowable and will be.
Sure. Through the chair, the permitted uses, so this does not require a special permit, would be restaurants, retail stores, business, medical, or professional offices and banks, retail business, retail service, or public utility uses involving manufacturing, clearly incidental and accessory to a retail use, yada, yada, yada. On-site residence of owners or employees of a permitted use, accessory uses, health services facility. Okay, so those are all the by right. The special permit uses by Board of Appeals would be filling station and routine automobile maintenance, but not including major repairs, single family residence, live commercial entertainment and places of assembly, veterinary clinic, continuing care retirement community facilities or assisted living facilities or nursing home facilities. So those were by special permit of the Board of Appeals. By special permit of the Planning Board would be drive-in, drive-through, or drive-up uses, excluding the dispensing of food or drink, and registered marijuana dispensary.
Thank you, John.
Any follow-up questions or comments, Fran?
I'm pretty good, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
All right. Ronnie?
Yeah, through the chair. Just, John, since your recent spoke, I cannot recall from the previous zoning map change proposal. Did you say 300 feet or 300 yards from any abutters?
300 feet.
300 feet. So does I have the addresses here, was it 33, 35, and 37 Hayward fall within those those dimensions?
I'm sorry, where 33, 35?
Basically, they'd be on the south side of Hayward. They're pretty well near the junction where the turn happens on the map on there.
The one that's at that corner is in a direct abutter, so that would absolutely fall in. I don't have the map showing the abutters that were captured, so I can try and figure it out, but I don't know off the top of my head. I can do that on the GIS map really quickly if you'd like, though.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
I will say, Ronnie, I think based on the response that we've gotten, I think that the neighborhood has gotten the word out, and I think we've gotten, probably 30 some letters on this. So I think it's safe to assume, this might be an assumption, but I think it's safe to assume they are aware of this proposal.
Yeah, those ones, obviously, I'm just more concerned, like those are the immediate ones, and then there's a further down the street because there seems to be a long distance. Not disregarding their concerns. I just want to partition that in my mind, but thank you very much.
Yeah, got it. Mary.
Thank you. So I'm assuming that Pine Grove Lane is not a built out street. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. So, and it would not be built out in this particular case. So, okay. So the major concerns are about traffic and I mean, it could improve the sidewalk situation because the sidewalk would be required to be built by any development put in there. But primarily the traffic, and this is there are narrow street. It is a narrow street, and it does go into a pretty densely populated residential area. So are there residential areas, John, across South Street where people, no, there aren't. It's all industrial right across the street, South Street. Okay. Thank you.
And just one more point to make too is that as part of that site plan review, if it was more than an acre disturbed, then that would also trigger a stormwater management plan as well. Ronnie.
Yeah, through the chair, just one more question. I don't know if anyone on the planning board knows this. I know that there's school buses do go in that area, but do they go down Hayward Street? Does anyone know? Are they aware if they turn off of South Street to Hayward? Because that obviously, with any type of business, that could cause concerns in general. I just wanted to know if anyone was aware of that.
They do.
I think given the size of the neighborhood, I think it's safe to say that the school buses go down Hayward Street.
Thank you.
I see a few members of the public have raised their hands, but I want to get through the planning board first. Rob, go ahead.
I have one question that maybe we could, through the chair, maybe we could look up. Do we know if we've had zoning changes that have been brought forth by citizens petition that have passed at town meeting in like the past 30 years? I can't think of any, but that doesn't mean that they haven't happened. So that's point one. And so we have two entryways to this neighborhood of, I didn't count exactly the number of homes, but probably 100 homes or more. And it's Downey Street and Hayward Street. So it just looks like, and receiving all the letters, there's lots of concerns from the residents that live at those, live there by businesses encroaching on their residential neighborhood. And I just don't know, anytime that occurs, it needs to be thought or handled with a lot of thought and care, because nobody wants their neighborhood to be turned into a commercial environment. And that's all I wanted to say. But the first point of precedence, I guess, is my question for maybe John. I don't know if we could look this up somehow, but is there citizens petitions that have passed at town meetings for zoning changes in the past 30 years?
Yeah, I think it'd be pretty consuming to look up, but if anybody recalls any, I think that's fair game. Fran, yeah,
I was going to say, and that was the comment. So, Rob, I appreciate you bringing that up, because that was a similar comment that I had about the other citizens' position. You know, how many times do we looked at this? Is almost, you consider it spot zoning. The proposal in front of us is for a particular lot or group of lots here for the betterment of a single individual or proponent. And again, to Rob's point, many times we looked at it as part of the growth committee that any type of change to zoning is looked at in totality, not necessarily in relation to just the individual, parcel in question. So I would just, I think we as a group are doing this, have robust discussion, pause, and look at it in the broader context of the other areas within the town, how that is all zoned in, is there a thoughtful process for, changes to zoning, and not necessarily, just to address a one-off petition. So just things to consider for the board.
Thanks, Fran. Good points. Other comments from members of the planning board? All right, let's go ahead and open it up to the public. Let's start with, I think it's Jaime.
It's Jamie Gonsalves.
Sorry, Jamie.
That's okay.
If you could just start with your name and address, and just a reminder, I think given a lot of interest in public comment, if we can just keep these to 3 minutes or less.
Sure. So my name is Jamie Gonsalves. I'm at 92 Downey Street, and just as a quick idea of who I am, I used to be on the planning board. I was on ZAC. I was on design review board, and now I'm the president of the Lake Maspinock Preservation Association. Right now I'm speaking as I'll speak first as the LMPA president. We were made aware of this recently, and as a board, we discussed the proposal, and as a board, we voted to say that we don't approve the zoning because of the potential for impacts to the lake, all the water that's in the watershed, the Lake Maspinock watershed area, and any contaminants that would be generated from that, whatever goes in there, as was pointed out. This is a proposal, but it's not, set in stone what would go in there. So we were concerned regarding that, and there is a stream that does run just beyond the bend that is shown there. There is a stream that actually does run down to the lake. So there is a direct connection, even though it does appear to be 2,000 feet away. There is a direct connection to the lake itself. Now, speaking as a private citizen, we went through this before when there's been several proposals to rezone that corner. The increase in traffic is always a concern. As has already been pointed out, the entrance to our neighborhood is one of those things. When you come into the neighborhood, you want to feel like you're going into a neighborhood, not like you're going into a business zone. And just the increased traffic, and somebody has pointed out, what are the type of vehicles that could or would be going in there, especially as it is a potentially a concrete business that may be entering being created there. So those are all just a quick summary of some of the potential issues that we saw, and that many of the residents have pointed out and brought up to me recently. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Thanks, Jamie. I think next is Terry Dever.
Yes, how are you? Thank you very much. I live at 19 Hillcrest Drive, and more of a question. Well, first I'll say that I am also, like Jamie, I am also opposed to this. One question I have, I grew up around zones like this, and with concrete trucks and office buildings that have concrete trucks, there are filling stations, and with filling stations comes waste, and that waste will go into the stream that ends up in the lake. And I just wanted to get your thoughts on that, whether there will be a filling station. I definitely concerned about the building that's going in, as well as Jamie mentioned, the types of trucks that will be coming in and out of our neighborhood. So I'll go on mute and let you comment. Thank you.
So if I go back to what John described as allowable uses or special permit, I think a filling station was by special permit only. And John, I'm looking at you to confirm that.
That's correct. It's a special permit by the Board of Appeals.
Okay.
What does it take to get that special permit?
Go ahead, John.
How likely is it? In other words, like how likely is it to happen?
That's a question that can't be answered. So special permits are applications to the boards. It's got to be a 2/3 majority vote of a particular board. I can't tell you what way the members of the ZBA would vote on any particular application. It's going to be based on the merits of the application and how it conforms to the regulations in place.
If you had to estimate,
I can't do that.
Can't do that.
I mean, it's very subjective to the members who are on the board. You can have boards that are pro those types of developments or boards that are anti those types of developments, and everywhere in between. So it really depends.
I mean, if it depends, I'm going to sit and assume that it will be likely to happen in our neighborhood, in our lake. I think that's a fair assumption because I have seen it happen in the town that I grew up in. So I just want to leave that comment with everybody so that they can consider the environmental impact of this business going in there. It is going to be a significant environmental impact, as well as noise, as well as, these people who live at 35 and 37 Hayward, they just bought their homes and they're going to be living directly across the street from it with little kids. I mean, there may or may not be much that they can do about it, being the little guy going up against the big guy, but I just want to leave that and, plant that seed in people's heads so that they are aware.
All right. Thanks, Terry. I do feel the need to clarify that there are a number of other considerations that are designed to prevent runoff from going into to ensure that any runoff or stormwater or other things are addressed without environmental impact. So again, I just want to point that out, that it's not a function of them getting approval and they go build what they want. They still have to go through they would still have to go through a lot of engineering work, even if the ZBA were to approve something to ensure that what they're building is not going to have an impact on the environment.
True, but once that ball gets rolling, you won't be able to stop it. I've seen it happen in my own neighborhood that I grew up in. I'm just letting you know. Okay.
Well, thanks for letting me know. I appreciate it. I think Rustin is next.
Yes. Hi. I'm living on 35 Haywood Street and just directly impacted by this proposal change. And basically, we have a lot of concerns against that rezoning. And with the current residential, lakefront residential, it's allowed to build only 2 residential houses. Just we are fine with this, but when it converted to rural business, I guess that opens the land for a wide range of development, either with special permit or without special permit. So, and owners can sell it, and plans can be changed. So whatever we promised right now, it may not happen or may change. This is a huge concern, and I support Jimmy on that, saying that it, I mean, just after all, when it comes to the Board of Appeal for special permit, make sure that 2 petitioners are in Board of Appeal. It's already 2/3. I mean, half of the appeal board. Like it's. I mean, in that time it will be forgotten already. So returning to our concern, the development raises a huge concern for our safety and of our quality of our lives. The people living on the 3 houses on the other side of the Haywood Street. And because of the zoning change includes the private road and part of the Haywood Street as well, it opens that for the traffic, and it could be business traffic or just employees from the proposed office building driving to the Dunkin' Donuts and back. It creates a big congestion on the Haywood Street. It also will, if it's a business office, it will create a light pollution problem because it will be lights all the time on the parking lot, on the or in the office, and this is what people living around Dell EMC offices are complaining about for a long time. Just whatever they are. So also any commercial development in this area will decrease the property of our houses, right? So and basically we are here to raise our kids, and our safety is the main concern. Also the property is the next concern of everything. And if you look on the proposal map, on the proposed map, and that whatever is on the left of the private driveway, it's not converted right now. So, but it creates like zone spotting because it's too small to build something residential. It's less than acres there, and it can be easily joined after all. So, and to open another parking lot there, whatever, it comes right in front of our houses. Even that private lane, it comes right to the house on number 33 on Haywood Street. Imagine how bad it can be. So, and because it's bypassing all the ZAC and planning board meetings and additional consideration.
Just to let you know, you're up on 3 minutes. So if you want to go ahead and
yeah, and that is not bypassing the normal process. So whatever. It could have more consideration from planning board and zoning board. So it submitted last 15 minutes before the warrant closed. That is disgusting.
All right. Thanks. I'll be, let's see if I can see who's next in line here. I think it is Craig Stanley. Craig, do you want to unmute yourself? State your name and your address, and then like everyone else, 3 minutes. All right, Craig, we can't hear you. You're muted. Oh, no, there you are. Now we can hear you.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Craig Stanley, I live at 25 Hillcrest Drive. Lived here for over 40 years. 52 South Street, when EMC built that building, there were 5 houses on South Street and Haywood Street that EMC bought and paid a lot of money for to keep that area vacant when they built that new building, which has been empty. We've got so many empty buildings right now on South Street. Why do we want to have another commercially zoned area to build potentially can be an air horn factory 20 years down the road? So I'm adamantly opposed. And I know that some of the people that signed the petition were under the impression that they signed it to keep apartment buildings out of there, which they couldn't do anyway. So I just want to say I'm opposed to this, and I want to keep it residential. Let them build 5 or 6 houses there. That's great. It's going to help my property value, but I don't see anything good coming from adding any more commercial zoning there. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Greg. Dawn, if you can unmute yourself and start again with your full name and address.
Hey, how you doing? My name is Don McNeil, 69 Haywood Street. I've lived here for almost 20 years. I did all the towing for the town, towed a lot of cars off that bad corner there from accidents. There's a lot of kids down there, so putting an entrance on Haywood Street wouldn't be a good idea, and I don't think you can guarantee that they're going to take a left out of there. We get a lot of traffic off South Street. There's a cut through now that goes down off the Downey Street to skip the lights. This is going to cause more. Besides the fact the concrete company on that corner, as they've stated, that you don't know what they're going to have for vehicles. And I'm just concerned about the more traffic and the kids that live down there, because I know most of the neighbors down there. That's about what I have to say.
All right, thanks, Don. Vic, if you can unmute yourself and state your name and your full name and your address.
Thanks, Gary. My full name is Vikas Prati and my address is 33 Hayward Street. So in short, I'm the most impacted party on this, if converting this zone. Gary, I just would like to present a small slide, if that's okay, if you allow it, and also have one question also for everyone, for the plan, for the board. I understand from the presentation what was presented by Peter is that they wanted to go ahead and build a 24,000 square feet, this one building. So how many people are we expected to house with 24,000? I mean, so how many people can actually stay there? I mean, if it can work. I just want to understand. I mean, and that's by the law.
Yeah,
people.
I'd caution you. I'd caution a little bit because number one, what Mr. Bemis has showed us is to the points made earlier is not part of this review process, and there's no assurance that that's what would actually be built. And it's also worth noting that the number of people that could work there also depends on how the building is being used, different configurations. And I think we as a planning board would not be able to, that'd be speculative to try and put a maximum on that. But, buildings such as what was proposed have parking requirements. There are a number of other considerations for what's allowable in terms of what the building is, the ratio of the size of the building compared to the total lot being built. It's reasonably complex. So it's really not something that I think any of us would be comfortable or confident in answering.
Okay, so that means we are not sure how many people will work. Okay, fine, no problem. Thanks, Gary. That's also valuable information. Are you able to see the screen, or do you want me to represent it? I'm not sure. It says resume share.
You've started sharing, but we can't see anything right now.
Let me read over it. Can you see it now?
Yes, we can see your photo.
Yeah, thank you. So I've just taken this out. The reason why I'm opposing is that looking at this picture right now, this is my house and the private driveway straight hitting into my house is one thing. Second is that I have a number of concerns. Not only safety, privacy is also another concern for me, my family, and with the lights, sounds, traffic, it's everything. I mean, you name anything on this, concerns, all would be hitting me. So I just want to make sure that please take it into consideration before we do something like this. Again, I'm not opposing to construction of a residential lot out there. You can construct like 2 houses, 3 houses. We are good with that. It's a nice neighborhood. Everybody would be happy along with it. But all we are trying to say is that just take into consideration because of it's like if this comes in, property value of the houses also comes down for me. And it's like hitting every other thing. It's like I'm sentenced for somebody else. That's what it sounds to me. Sorry about it, but that's the truth for it. And I'll just leave it like this. Thank you.
Thanks, Vic. Jennifer is who I have next. So Jennifer, you can unmute yourself and start with your name, your full name and your address.
Hi, yes, thanks. My name is Jennifer Reamer and I live at 1 Newbury Street. Just touching base on what Don said, this neighborhood has a lot of children, and the buses do come down and pick them up, but we don't have any sidewalks, and it's an extremely narrow street. And the kids walk down to the Dunkin' Donuts on a regular basis. Every day I come down, I see children walking back and forth. My main concern is the level of traffic that's going to be funneling out onto Hayward. As it is, it's congested coming out from Coast Sushi and from Dunkin' Donuts. I'm just concerned about the ability to funnel people only to the left so that they're using the light to turn. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Have there been any considerations in terms of the safety and the worry about people coming down the street? As it is, we do have a lot of traffic and people fly down Hayward. So, and there are no sidewalks, as I said. So
yeah,
that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Yeah. That's certainly a concern for all of us. I think safety comes paramount. But again, though, I just want to point out that we're not doing a site plan review. I think it's also worth pointing out that at least for what was proposed, or not what was proposed, but what Mr. Bemis showed us, that would actually have a requirement for sidewalks on both Hayward and South Street. So again, I realize that doesn't solve the issue, but just want to point that out, that sidewalks in that vicinity actually would be built. Deepak, actually, sorry, iPhone. I don't know who iPhone is, but you have your hand raised. So if you could unmute yourself and start with your name and your full name and your address.
Yes, thank you. This is Todd Plascon with 53 Hayward Street. And somebody else might have unmuted. Okay, thank you. So I just want to echo some of the sentiments that the other attendees have identified. So one of those would clearly be safety from a family and parent perspective. My wife and I have one child. He's 11 years old. We don't even like him to walk on Hayward as it is now because of the volume and the speed of which the cars go down the road. I know anybody who's driven down the road can clearly see stretch marks at the end of Osceola and Hayward up towards South Streets where cars are just doing things that they're not supposed to be doing on the street. So our primary concern is obviously safety, and that's just echoing Don and Jennifer's position as well as Vic for what the residents will have to deal with just in an escalated fashion, right? If this does get rezoned. The other issues that I wanted to bring up were the aesthetics and really property values. What are those impacts to the residents of this community? So from an aesthetics perspective, we didn't buy in this area particularly because we wanted to look at, large commercial buildings, even though they're, landscaped appropriately, most likely, but we don't know what the vehicle traffic is like. We don't know what types of vehicles we're going to be looking at, because I'm sure there's going to be, clear line of sight from Hayward Street into those particular locations. And then property values. I can't imagine that rezoning a residential area to commercial is going to positively affect property values of the residents in this area. Particularly those like myself who are on the South Street, end of the Hayward. So just a couple points I wanted to call out as the consideration to rezone this goes through. I hope that you know,
Okay.
the decision isn't taken lightly. So.
All right. So we have 3 other people that have their hand raised. We're going to get those 3, and then we're going to move on. And I would ask if you just want to echo what other people have already said, you could just state that and move on, where we are well past, and we still have 2 hearings to get through tonight. So we've got a long ways to go, but I appreciate everyone that has been online thus far, and I want to give you a shot. So Deepak, you can unmute yourself.
Yeah, it's
And again, I just ask that you keep your comments either original or brief.
yeah, I'll keep it brief. Deepak Vogaliga from 87 Wood Street. I'm an active user of the lake during the spring and summer season. So one of the main I just wanted to give you an example, which you might already know. NGCC is a similar establishment, and they have right-only rule when you exit. Nobody does that. I live right across half a mile from NGCC. And everybody takes the traffic lights, right? So everybody wants to take left and go home. Nobody takes the right turn. And so it's just impossible to impose what they're proposing there, though it's just a proposal, right? So number 1 example. And number 2, as I said, I'm actively using the lake. I go with my kids there. I see kids walking by, right? So we try to be safe there. So again, second is a safety concern. So this was some things I just wanted to make sure you guys understand. And third is right next to my lot where I stay at 87, there's a lot very similar across the street. I don't want this to set precedents for the future as a bad example. These were my 3, I would say, original concerns, which I wanted to bring up. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Raja Kumar.
Hi, Gary. Thank you. My name is Raja Kumar Senkula. I live on 5 Frostpain Lane, Hopkinton. So my main concern is the way the petition has been submitted. It has been submitted at 3:45 p.m. on the last day, which is Jan 31st. Despite the reasons that has been said why it has been done it that way, this would allow more and more such petitions to be submitted in such a way. When I say such petitions, petitions for the zoning conversions, which can impact a lot of Hopkinton residents. So in the future, if it becomes a practice, because this sets a precedent, that may erode the trust in the citizens' petition process itself, which is not ideal or desirable. So that is my concern. And thank you.
All right. And I do want to point out that deadline exists more than 3 months ahead of annual town meeting, and that's intentional to ensure that we have sufficient time to debate these articles that come before us. Michael, go ahead.
Hi, Michael Riley, 201 West Main Street. Couple of things that really concern me is, as everyone knows, to change the zoning is, to me, it needs to be a compelling reason. And to me, they haven't brought forward a compelling reason. There's other options to buy. There's vacant commercial property in Hopkinton. I love the fact that they want to stay in Hopkinton, but it's not a compelling reason to take a residential neighborhood and to change it over. And then also the other concern I'd have is this opens a door in the future to say, okay, so now we're a little bit further down Haywood Street. So I need to go a little further because it's already all commercial. And Hayward Street continues to run a path in the future. Obviously, the safety concerns. I'm on the Lake Association as well. And the runoff, and we talk about runoff, and I know you mentioned it, but if you just look at Price Chopper, when it's a heavy rain, it runs off into the lake. It still does. It wasn't supposed to. They're supposed to set it up so it doesn't, but there's still runoff. So I know they can do what they want, but on a really heavy rainpour, it doesn't stop it. So those are my 3 concerns. And then I know you guys take your job very seriously, but to me, the criteria of a compelling reason to change zoning has not even been close to being met. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Michael. All right. We are a ways over time. We still have a ways to go tonight. So I am going to, we know we're going to continue these anyways, but like the other proposals, I encourage the planning board folks to give this some good thought. We heard a lot of input, and I'm hopeful that at our next hearing, it will certainly be open to new conversation or points of discussion But I'm hopeful that we can be reasonably efficient in our process. So at this point, I will entertain a motion to continue the citizens petitions, proposed town meeting articles for West Elm Street and Hayward Street to March 20th, 2023.
Mary Larson
So
Marlowe,
moved.
so moved.
Ron Prefer, second.
All right, assuming no further discussion, Mary, how do you vote?
Mary Larson Marlowe, yes.
Rob?
Rob Benson, yes.
Fran?
Randy Young, yes.
Jane?
Jane Moran, yes.
Ron?
Ron Prefer, yes.
Elise?
Yes.
Paul?
Yes.
Matthew?
Yes.
And Gary is a yes as well. So March 20th. And we'll have legal review of the proposed articles, and we'll move forward in taking a vote as to whether or not we want to recommend this for approval at town meeting. Okay, let's do this. And we have two hearings that they have, the applicant has requested continuation to March 20th. Those would be 0 Lumber Street and 28 Lumber Street. So let's just clear those out of the way. I'll entertain a motion to continue the public hearings for 0 Lumber Street and 28 Lumber Street to March 20th, 2023.
So moved. Mary Larson Marlowe.
Second, Ron Prefer.
Assuming no further discussion, Mary, how do you vote?
Yes.
Rob?
Rob Benson, yes.
Fran?
Yes.
Jane?
Yes.
Ron?
Yes.
Elise?
Ron Prefer.
Yes.
Paul?
Yes.
Matthew?
Yes.
And Gary is a yes. So those will continue. Let's move forward to 17 Wilson Street.
Through the chair.
Yes, Stephanie.
Sorry, were we continuing the 253 0 Lumber Street also?
Yes,
Or no?
I'm sorry. I said 0 Lumber Street, not 253.
That one also needs a decision deadline extended.
Okay, good catch. So if we continue the hearing to March 20th, then we would continue the decision to March 28th. Does that seem reasonable? John, Stephanie?
We had 331 listed, but
Oh, well,
I think the applicant requested 331, so
okay.
probably best
All
to do
right.
that.
So let's revote on that one. I'll entertain a motion to continue the hearing for 253 0 Lumber Street to March 20th and the decision to March 31st.
So moved. Mary
Second,
Larson.
Ron Prefer.
All right. Assuming no further discussion, Mary, how do you vote?
Yes.
Rob?
Rob Benson, yes.
Fran?
Yes.
Jane?
Jane Moran, yes.
Ron?
Ron Prefer, yes.
Elise?
Yes.
Paul?
Yes.
Matthew?
Yes.
Gary? Yes. Sorry. I'm losing it a little bit too. This is like old times. We're getting into some late meetings here. All right. So now we can move on to 17 Wilson Street. And I'm looking for the applicant here. Who is speaking on behalf of this tonight?
You have Chris here. Yeah.
Hey, there you are, Chris.
I think you have both the parties from the construction side, Rory and myself. And I believed Ahmed Havas was on from Grasshopper's side. But he may have stepped off.
Yes, I'm here as well.
Okay,
Yeah.
he's there. All right.
This is Ahmed, yeah.
All right, so I know that you guys did some work, so I appreciate that since our last meeting in terms of some additional details as well as some renderings. So why don't you go ahead and walk us through what you have proposed?
Okay, yeah, I can do that here. It's Chris speaking on behalf of the construction side on the project at 17 Wilson Street. So just to bring kind of light all the things we talked about last time, previously on our site visit, I kind of just highlighted them here on an overall view to make it quite easy. The blue dots being, an introduction of some green giant trees in a few locations when we looked at Ed's and Tom's property. Some 75-foot buffer areas that we were going to do some looming seeding and adding some brush to. We also had the introduction of the mesh that would be presented and installed along Tom's and Ed's property on the fence. And we highlighted again the conduit berm coming into the site that would be loomed and seeded, as well as the front entrance too as well. So here on this overview just kind of showed the introduction of the trees that would be newly installed, which would be the pink, the blue, and the green dots. Those are boxwood trees, green giants, red oaks, and that would be kind of the new introduction of trees. And then we've throughout the rest of this presentation and this document, we kind of showed pictorial view and rendering. So this is the entrance view. And as we had talked about on our site meeting and last town meeting, you wanted to see more kind of a rendered and pictorial view of what the entrance would look like. So the left, we would loom and seed and, present some kind of native flower or a flower mix in there. And then to the right, we'd add some green giants in the boxwoods that were on the original plan to help shelter the view from the roadway of the utility equipment. So this is kind of what we came up with here to clean things up and give you an idea what that looks like. And then moving on throughout the rest of the views, we have Tom's property here. And we'd shown, if you just go back to the last one there. Yeah, so this is with nothing there, just kind of where how it stands right here from kind of like the edge of the property. And then if you go to the next photo, this would be the introduction of the shelter screening mesh on the fence, as well as there's some trees that we're going to install throughout there. We're going to put the green giants and the oaks. So you can go to the next photo.
Chris, one comment, sir. This is a view during the winter months. So this is basically from November through April, because in the other months, this is completely has leaves. So there's much less visible than it is right now. This is the most visible it is at any point in time of the year, just to give that as a reference point. Sorry, that's it.
Okay, so yeah, this photo here just kind of shows the trees, and then go down back to the next one. And then this shows the trees as they kind of blossom and grown. So then to the next slide. And then this is looking from Ed's property right now as it's currently installed. So when you're looking from here, just go back to the previous photo for a second. So here you can kind of see, like, the site is really on the right side, on pretty much from, if you go center view of this photo to the right, you can see the row of green giants that were planted there. You can see that thick line that we had previously installed there. And then what we're recommending here would go to the next slide. We'll put the same kind of fence barrier, and then we'll add the additional arborvitaes in there. So next slide. And then this is just showing the two views, so you can push through this one. And then here's the overview and the top view of what would be installed along his way, which would be that mesh. It really did kind of show from a lot of what we're trying to do from screening that, adding that thick mesh and to the existing fence would really help with a lot of the sheltering from the site. And then the last slide, there's a few other slides that show aerial views of the trees that will be installed to help, along with the sheltered screening on the fence to help screen those best units that Ed had brought up. And then this is the kind of the back view of what we're proposing to do for along Tom's property, and then to help with that too as well. So I mean, any tree that's planted there obviously is going to be, as maturity goes and year over year, they'll start to gain some, some more, thickness and, help improve the sheltering. But I think that mesh fence with along with some additional trees will really help what the overall goal was. I believe that that's the last photo that we have from what we had have presented. And I mean, we've obviously looked at everything from a couple different angles here, and wanted to try to do our best to be able to show you guys that in a pictorial view here, so that you can get some kind of idea of what the next steps we'd like to do are, and so that we can come to some form of agreement and plan forward, and then be able to execute to the installation phase.
All right. Thanks for the update. Do you have details on species and size of the proposed plantings?
Well, right now the proposed that I had previously sent those in a Word document. We can send those through again, but the ones that we were proposing were blue spruce, red oaks, those arborvitaes, and then like a shrub plant. So there had been boxwood mentioned. There's a couple other ones that are on the list that we had. And the size of those would be in the 7 to 8 foot range for the trees, and the shrubs are probably a 3 to at most 4 foot height.
Okay, but you don't have the size. You don't have the sizes of those specified anywhere on the plans. It's just in the separate document.
Sorry, yeah, I didn't put it on that. It was a document that we had previously sent through.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. So I do want to redirect folks back to the public hearing outline on this one, and thought it was worth getting through that update. And we'll just go ahead and work through this. A site walk. I'm going to propose we don't need another site walk here, but I want to just defer to the board and see if people feel otherwise. I appreciate the photos from the properties, and I think the bulk of what we're focused on here is screening. But any thoughts from the board if they feel a site walk is necessary? No. Seeing no. Okay, so we can cross that one off. On the decision criteria piece, just to remind folks of what we should be evaluating here before the planning board may issue such special permit, it shall determine each of the following. 1, that the commercial solar photovoltaic installation conforms to the provision of this article. 2, that the commercial solar photovoltaic installation will not be detrimental to the neighborhood or the town. And 3, that environmental features of the site and surrounding areas are protected, and specifically surrounding areas will be protected from the proposed use by provisions of adequate surface water drainage. So, I think, again, just going back to what was originally approved, the primary areas of concern from us that I want to make sure that we are addressing here, first and foremost, is screening. And that's both from Wilson Street and from the abutters, and just acknowledging that what's before us now is not what was in the original plan, but that's why they're back with a proposed amendment. So I think screening is number 1. The other thing that, Chris, you didn't speak to is you partially spoke to it, but the disturbance of the buffer zone. And I know that our inspector as well had commented that there were boulders that were dropped in the buffer zone, and I'm just, I want to make sure that we are appropriately restoring that buffer zone. So do you have any comments or updates specifically on the boulders?
Yeah, I can comment to that. So in the 2 areas there that kind of show the little hashed red squares there, one of them having some blue trees on it, one having the green markings on there. There are some boulders put on the one with the blue and the green there, and we're gonna get those boulders removed, we'll actually go in there. So we'll have to have access in there with equipment to drive in. And if you can go down to maybe, I think it was the last photo on this slide, on this in this presentation, you'll see, oh, this one right here. Yeah. So if you kind of look in there, you can see that little laneway that can come down to where those rocks are. That's probably how the way that we're going to get in. We'll get those rocks removed. We're going to put loom and seed that to bring it back to its natural state that it was at as best we can. And then we'll put those plantings in there to help that out. Okay. So in that area, and then the other area that was kind of just on the road, it's up on the entranceway a little bit in there. It's tough. You can't see it from this photo, but we have that on the plan to regenerate to as well.
Okay, thanks, Chris. That's helpful. And then the third one that I had was the pseudo buried utility line, or the utilities coming in. That's something that, to be honest, bothers me quite a bit, but just for folks in the planning board, John did do some follow-up with their zoning enforcement officer, and based on that discussion, that the means by which that was buried does conform to code. So just passing that along. With regards to the decision criteria, are there other areas that we want to make sure that we discuss and assess as part of this review? Fran?
I'm just kind of looking through it, Mr. Chair. Yeah. So I don't have a visible comment or a voice comment right now.
Okay. I just want to keep our discussion focused on the. Yep.
Mr. Chairman, sir, this is Roy Walker. Just a quick comment. What Chris and I will do once this discussion is finalized is we'll come back to the planning board with a formal plan set that will have everything on it as we agreed to it. So just so you know that, sir, that is what we will provide you as soon as we can come to an agreement about what is acceptable.
Okay. All right. So let's just talk a little bit about the screening in the buffer zone. Those are the kind of the two outstanding ones. So let's start with the screening. Are there questions or comments from the planning board with regards to the proposed screening that they have outlined? Fran.
So, Mr. Chairman, I had two questions. One is on the mesh, that black mesh. Is that maybe some detail there? And I apologize, I'm kind of looking at it through my phone. Is that plastic? Is it lattice? What happens in terms of replacement if there's any damage to it, or over time that becomes weather worn? So maybe that's the first question. The second part of the question is, I thought I saw a picture of how you're going to screen the boxes in the front, the electrical utility boxes, as you're looking at it from Wilson Street. Maybe just go into a little bit of detail on that, because that was a point of, yes, that picture there. There's some renderings on the right. What type of bushes are those? And will those, I think there's two fairly large boxes. Will that screening essentially cover those boxes out of view from people that are walking or traveling on Wilson Street?
Okay, so to answer that, the meshing that goes on the fence is actually a high, like industrial grade, UV rated barrier that's used in these kind of applications. So as far as longevity and how long it would last, I'd say it's, and I'm just saying, giving something that I feel would probably be, I'd say it's probably in the 12 to 15 year mark, which would be what it's probably warranted for to be held. So that's, something that we'd have to at least submit to you, the documentation. But when you are talking screening and, some form of something that goes on the fence, this is an application that's used in, a lot of these situations. So that's kind of all the detail I can really give to that question right now. The screening in the front of the site, it's going to take a little bit of time for some of that to grow too as well, right? And you need to have some kind of room away from the equipment, right? So, I think the photo kind of, as you're looking at it right here, I think you can probably bring that row of those taller trees out, and those are like arborvitaes that actually grow and thicken together as a shrub, like, or almost like a shrub like line. You could probably bring that out a little bit more. Whereas that if you probably might not be able to see all the gear. I mean, how we strategically put these in the best is, probably going to have to be done on site when we're doing it, right? Like it's hard to kind of show it from here. And I don't want to take the driveway that was supposed to be, 15 or I think it was 16 feet and put it down to, 10 or 12 feet trying to drive in there. So, but I think if we berm those trees up, bring the height of them up a little more and try to, extend it out a little bit, I think we'll do a pretty good job of, providing screening right away. Right. And as the time goes on, that will probably, thicken up and get those almost completely invisible. But you have to be able to walk in and out of, the areas and all those boxes to be able to open and close them throughout. Right. So there is that restraint there too, as well.
Hey, Chris, two quick follow-up questions. How much space is there between the boxes and the road? Because as I look at the photo at the left, it doesn't look like there's more than a foot or two of space between the boxes and the road.
Yeah, there's really not. I'd say probably at the most you're looking at three feet. In some situations, a little bit more. It's kind of all you have. Like those boxwoods are presented to be like kind of in between those pieces of equipment, right? Because you have a laneway through them, right? They open in the front. So we can put, one of those in the front in between the first two, one of them in the front between the second two. And then we'd have that berm of trees coming out. So I think that, when you're talking about this particular view in this particular area, when you look at the original plans, like that wasn't really ever highlighted to have anything in front of these pieces of equipment on the plans, right? That was never ever shown. So we're introducing something, what I would say is completely new and something that we're looking at after the fact right now. So
if I recall, the original plans did have screening around those boxes.
Yeah, just on the back side. So I mean, if you're really going by where the actual the plantings were shown on the drawings, no, they did not in this situation here now.
And then my other follow-up question is on the mesh. And I'm just curious if that's available in other colors besides black. If there's a dark green or a brown or something. Yeah. And I realize that part of it is the illustrations. It just really looks blacked out, but
yeah, they do offer a green and a brown. Like green is, black and green are the two, top colors in any form of that you purchase. Yeah, so you can do it in green. Yeah.
Okay. I think Ronnie had his hand raised next, and then we'll get to you, Jane.
Thank you through the chair. Firstly, I want to thank the applicant for this rendering here. I know it's impossible to completely obscure these power boxes, whatever they're called, from view, and I think showing what you did actually does a fairly good job. So I want to compliment you on that. The other question, actually, Gary asked first, was the coloring, and I'm glad to know there's different colorings. But have you had an opportunity to speak to the abutters about using that type of mesh screening, if that is something that they would be in favor of, because they're the ones that would see it? Obviously, in this black rendering, it's rather jarring, and I don't know if there's like a camouflage version or something like that. But I'd love to know if you've had an opportunity to present that to them, or if they would prefer just the natural foliage to obscure the view versus having this, I don't know, plastic mesh or whatever it's made out of.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I'll let them speak to those to that when they have their chance to talk. I know this came up in the meeting, like we have discussed it, with both of them throughout, the town meetings as well as our site meetings. So it has been, presented. I think now that we're just getting down to the next step and to try to get a finalized plan, I think that they'll be able to say whether they're, acceptable to this or not. It's not like a plastic. It's like a hard woven mesh, like almost like a tenting material, I'd say, with breathable and a little bit of wind not wind resistant, but it allows wind to go through it, so it's movable, right? So it's heavy woven, in industrial grade, so quality is definitely there on this and used in this application. But yeah, so I'll let Tom and Ed comment to that.
Thank you.
All right, Jane.
So this might be a little bit outside of the box, but have you, Chris, given some thought to tall ornamental grasses to cover some of those utility boxes? I know boxwoods don't grow that tall sometimes, and I'm not sure how they're going to make out being so close to the driveway. Some of these tall ornamental grasses are pretty hardy and can withstand, salting and other treatments for the winter. But I'm not an expert, but I was just wondering if that has been thought of.
I haven't thought about that. I just kind of went with the species that was the two species that were up on the plan there. I mean, I guess there's probably we do have to get some kind of shrub, but this one was the one that was on there that we had talked about at the last meeting, and I think at the site walkthrough, Ed had mentioned this one, so I kind of continued on that path. So yeah, we could look at some form of replacement to that.
Jane, I actually really like that idea of some tall grasses there. I think particularly given the narrowness, I could see those being a little bit
taller, more color. They are pretty vibrant in the winter. They can be. There are some species that are very colorful.
And boxwoods can be pretty temperamental as well. So that's just
it's just something to think about.
Yeah, I think it's a great suggestion. Mary.
Thank you. I also agree. I think that's a fabulous idea, Jane. And I really would not like to see you limit yourself to Chris, to any of the discussions in the past. Because, we're looking to you guys as, getting the landscape experts involved and making this work, from, the needs of this project, the screening, the year round, what's going to last, and so on, and making sure the scenic road is not, no longer scenic, and so on. So we're very open to other ideas, and so don't limit yourself. I did want to bring up the side of the drive that is basically across the drive from the boxes. So it's the nearer to the road, and there's no plantings shown on the plans whatsoever. There's an area to basically between Mr. Shambo's house and the driveway entrance into the project, that the lawn, what was termed the lawn reclamation area, it's basically used to be part of his lawn, and he said obviously it was not part of his property, but he what they termed it on the original plan was lawn reclamation area. That was not to be made into a lawn, but it was to reclaim it to what it should be in terms of a mixture of shrubs and trees, and I don't know if a mown area is appropriate or not, but there does not seem to be particularly good screening between Mr. Shambo's house and the driveway. So, and this also simultaneously addresses the way things look from Wilson Street itself. When, again, the plan was originally, prior to your time, presented to us, it was that this driveway would virtually disappear because of the trees surrounding that area and the screening done for the boxes. Well, the opposite side of the driveway does not have a lot of trees there. And I'm just wondering what you can do to address that. I don't know what this picture is, though. That's up on the screen.
I apologize. I wanted to show the other color. Again, I heard some comments about the black. This is the alternative green that I believe somebody mentioned. I just want to show you quickly a picture of what that would look like.
Thank you.
All right, so the question is, in that reclamation area that used to be lawn maintained by Mr. Shambo, and I know we had Mary jogged my memory on it. We had a lot of discussion. Yeah, there we go. We had a lot of discussion around whether that was going to be mowed, whether it was going to go natural, or what was going to happen there. And so, how are you proposing to address that reclamation area?
And that, Ahmed, do you have a comment on that for the mowing or where that was left off with? Sorry to put this on.
Yeah, this is, I think from a screening perspective, this is very well screened, and there was no issue when it comes to screening from that side of the house. I think the back of the house was where we needed to do something about it. From lawn maintenance perspective, yes, it will be maintained by our maintenance team along with the rest of the vegetation on the site. It will be part of the site that will be maintained by our O&M team.
Okay. I'd like, when it gets to the point of Mr. Shambo commenting, I'd like some comment on the screening in the entire area from where the gray line of trees is, along the driveway toward Wilson Street. That area that, and if you could go to the picture, the rendering on the next, I think it's the next slide. Yeah. So if you look along there's this row of rocks to your left, boulders, and then this row of trees. And it is essentially behind those trees and beyond it that there's this large open area. If you may recall, when we did the site walk, we walked into this up the driveway, and there's this large open area with no trees, no shrubs. That's a straight view to Mr. Shambo's house. And I am wondering whether or not that is acceptable to him as it is. I do not love it. I also think that this row of boulders was not there, but it certainly keeps any trees, additional trees and vegetation from growing to start to hide the driveway area and to make it look a little bit more wild. And it seems like it is being designed such that it will always be this low shoulder to the left where, potentially trucks can drive up on there and people can park off to the side, which it was not intended to be. And I think that is always going to be a problem in terms of this becoming a more scenic area, and it camouflaging the entrance from Wilson Street.
All right, thanks, Mary. Just a quick sort of process check here, and what I'm thinking about here is some great discussion thus far. I do want to open it up to the public and see what comments there are, and specifically with regards to the topics of screening and buffer zones. And then I'm hopeful that at that point we have some reasonable alignment here, at which point the applicant can go back and finalize their plans with species and calibers and get that over to us. And then we'll go ahead and work through the remaining proceedings, conditions and whatnot at the next meeting, because we still have another hearing after this one, and I know it's getting late. So does that sound okay to folks? You can nod your head, or if you feel otherwise. Okay. All right. So let's open it up to the public, and like to get input on what is before us. So Mr. Chabot.
Hello, can you see me and hear me okay?
We can. I thought I had heard that you were in London.
Yeah, so for my work, I was supposed to be in London, and then on Thursday, that got pushed off until April. But I had ahead of time sent my email in, which preceded the plans that we're seeing on the screen now. So some of my comments may not be, appropriate from that email. But anyway, my name is Tom Shambo. I live at 15 Wilson Street. Appreciate the opportunity to be in front of the group here today and give my opinion of things. And I want to thank the applicant for this most recent view. It's much better than what we had before. There are some areas that are a bit concerned to me. Some of it is around, just specifications, how many trees, how tall are they going to be, what kind are they going to be, and so forth. I see that there's a legend for red oak and green giants and boxwoods. And I'm a little concerned on the boxwood side because where they're being proposed, it's down an embankment, not being able to really screen much of the solar facility. I also sent in a picture of the land reclamation area where this whole past summer, right? I'm not complaining, but the lawn wasn't mowed, it wasn't maintained. And you can see that the deer have eaten the green giants up 4.5, 5 feet off of the ground, pretty much reducing their effectiveness for screening. And so I would ask the applicant if they could consider that maybe white pines be used as opposed to the green giants, mostly because the deer tend not to eat them. So that's on the plantings and the specifications around how many and the specifications of what would be planted. With regards to the boulders, on the Wilson Street side, right across from the electrical units, there were boulders there. There are boulders back in the backside. I think I heard Chris say that they do plan on removing all of those, which is great. On the next topic of the screen meshing, I had done some investigation myself, and there appear to be lots of blogs from landscapers about what are the top 5 effective ways to screen a chain link fence. The privacy screen is one of them, and I can't actually tell you right now whether black or green or brown is going to look best back there. It would be great if we could work with them to understand, maybe a sample, be put up to be able to determine that. Because as we all know, on a 2-dimensional drawing, things look really well screened, but when you see it 3-dimensional and in real life, it doesn't look as good as it might have on the 2-dimensional drawing. Gary, I believe you addressed the MV pipe, and it is to specification. I just would like to make sure that it doesn't erode away, and whatever's put on top of it can be maintained. And then my last comment, I guess, is the wildflowers might look pretty for, a few months of the year, but they really don't do any screening for us or the town or people who use the scenic road in the non-foliage seasons, which are, November through April. So maybe something else could be done there instead of the wildflower mix. I know that it's cheaper, but really doesn't do a whole lot for us in terms of the screening. And then Mary, you had asked about my opinion on the lawn reclamation area. We've gone over, we've had conversations, we talked. The applicant, had said that they believed that lawn reclamation was to maintain a lawn, not to have it grow back to its natural state. It went back and forth, over the couple of years we've been discussing it. What I had said to them, as long as they maintain the grass area and that it looks nice so that they don't have grasses, foot and a half high leaning over my fence and stuff, that would be okay with me. But I would like to see some plantings that could help hide the electrical panels and, the access from that side of the road. Whether that can be done or not, I don't know. But that's my comment, on there. I'm more concerned about the view of the solar panels from Wilson Street and then my property than I was about looking at the roadway.
Okay.
So thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thanks, Tom. Mr. Cutter. You're muted, Mr.
You're on
Cutter.
mute.
Did I do it again?
There you go. And I would just remind folks for public comment, we do ask 3 minutes or less, and I'm not strictly enforcing that, but it's getting late. We still have another
Okay,
hearing.
I'll try to be real quick. Questions as much as comments. Might it be possible for the applicant to send to somebody, me, Tom, John, some more information about the mesh? I'm not familiar with that at all. If there's a picture or something, it would be interesting to look at that. So that's a request, I guess you say, through the chair. On the boulders, I'm not quite sure. Are all the boulders going to be moved on the left side, starting at the street, going till they're gone? They've all been moved. The color of them makes it clear, and how they're sitting there. Will they all be moved?
I think it's only the ones that are in the buffer zone.
Okay, I'm not sure exactly where that is. Can you help me out on that?
I don't have the cursor, but it's down. It's on Tom's side of the driveway. Not this photo. There. It's down near where the trees are, I believe. There's some boulders there.
But they go all the way up to the street, and they've all been moved. They're sitting on top of other trees.
If they're not in the buffer zone, then it's not relevant to us. I mean, the buffer zone is meant to provide some screening for visualization, and I don't remember how far the buffer zone goes up, but they also need to have access to the property as well.
Okay, and Tom touched the issue about whether or not we ought to be rethinking the arborvitae, considering how much the deer like them. And looking at the electrical cabinets, going back to, I remember February 19, 2021, and John can fix it if I could get it wrong, but there were plantings shown there. In fact, at that point, there were 19 boxwoods. I don't know if we want to get in that kind of detail about how many it's going to be. It's more important just that we do whatever is right in order to cover it up. That's a very important issue, and many times the applicant has promised that we wouldn't see it at all. I never thought we wouldn't see it at all, but I thought that you could do some pretty good screening. And the way that I'm worried that the way the cabinets are so close to the street, I wonder whether we might have to take some other approach, even with screening it with a wood fence on one or two sides. I throw that idea out for people to think about. I much prefer to have something that's growing, but if you've only got 1.5 feet, it's pretty hard to get anything substantial in there. I hope the issues of exactly how many the numbers are in various places are still open, and we could talk about those as we go along. The new detailed plan seemed to have some degradation from what we had previously as to exactly how many plantings there would be. I think that's, what else? I think it's still quite an ugly view as you look down the entryway, and I'd like to get some idea of what's going to be suggested by the applicant to make that not quite so offensive. And I guess that's through the chair.
All right,
That's
thanks.
about it.
I do just want to provide one comment. They are before us via an amended, via this proposed amendment, because they want to change what was originally proposed. So there isn't any obligation that they have the same number of plantings that they did before. And our job as a planning board is to evaluate this proposed amendment against the decision criteria. So I just want to point that out. We do need to make sure it complies, and screening is certainly a big part of that. But I also am just a little nervous here about, I want to make sure that we're not continuing with each meeting to add new requirements or things that weren't previously discussed. That's as much for the planning board as anyone else, but I think we're all eager to get some closure on this. And we want to make sure that it is screened appropriately, that it's safe, and that we're doing the right things. But I also just want to make sure we're working towards completion of it.
I think we all share that desire.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Cutter. So I think if I were to kind of recap here for the applicant, I think that the idea of the potentially using some grasses instead of those boxwoods, I think that seems like it has reasonable support. If there was an option for some wooden fencing or something, that also might be a means. It's, again, if there's only a foot of space between there, I don't think much is going to grow. It's probably all road base underneath it anyways. So I think that is, if some input from us, I think that's worthy of resolving. Second thing is, I think the point of potentially using white pines, if that's an option. We've always had the concern with the arborvitae and the Dioratum, and they lose their screening, they don't look nice. I don't know what the cost implications of that are, and I know there was a lot of arborvitae in the original plan, but I think that's a reasonable consideration. I think what I'd like to see, and as I alluded to before, is, and hopefully I think you've gotten some final input from us on this. And if you can go ahead and incorporate that into your final plans and come back to us with that, then I think we can, we can take a final, we can review conditions, we can and take a final vote, and we'll see where that lands.
Mr. Chairman,
yes,
sir, I'm sorry. This is Rory. I have one question. I'm taking notes about the deliverables to do. Your comment, removing the boxwoods with the grass, is that in all locations, sir, or just at the entrance? We have boxwoods in several different locations, and I didn't know if some locations are acceptable and others aren't, or just everywhere.
Yeah, I think that the grasses make a lot of sense up by the boxes in the driveway because there's such a narrow amount of space, and personally, I don't really envision boxwoods growing very well there. My instinct would be to stick with boxwoods elsewhere in the more interior spaces because they've got more room, and because that's more in line with what was originally proposed. That's my take on it, but if planning board members have other thoughts, by all means, share them.
Through the chair, I think tall perennial grasses anywhere would hold up well in any of the, wherever they could sporadically put them might be attractive.
All right. There you go, Rory.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
The last thing I just want to, and again, we'll formalize this, but I do think there are likely going to be a couple of conditions to add. The one last point is to the applicant, if you could provide a reference of that mesh. I don't know if samples are available or not, but at the least, if you could provide a manufacturer reference number, I think that'd be helpful for the applicants just to get a better sense of what it is and whatnot. On the conditions front, I do think it's worth us. I'm just looking through them now. I want to make sure that we establish some timing for these plantings to go in, and I know we're up against the spring planting season, which is preferred. The other thing that I think is worth noting, if you haven't seen it already, is that we have a proposed condition for 5 years of maintenance and survival for plantings. So I think that it's probably worth some discussion if we would want to bond those in some capacity. I know in some other developments we have bonded those, but given the status that this facility is already operational, I think a landscaping bond might make sense. And then the last additional condition would be specifically for the boulders in the buffer zone to be removed. So members of the board, if you have other potential conditions, give those some thought, or if you want to share those now, that's fine. But the conditions are really our chance to capture other things that we want to make sure are incorporated into the decision document. Matthew.
Yeah, thank you. Just one thing that's not really a condition, but I think it'd be interesting or helpful to hear kind of the narrative of why they've picked certain plants, trees in certain areas when they come back, instead of just having a list of items, just so we can.
Yeah. I'll be honest. We've been talking about this for so long, and I hear you, but I just given how our agenda is stacking up, I'm not sure at this point it's worth going into that. If you want to ask the question, you certainly can, but we think tonight's long. The 20th is going to be a lot longer at the rate we're going. So that's my take on it.
Perhaps something submitted in writing that explains their choices ahead of time.
Good suggestion. Sure. I think that's fair.
That's very reasonable, Matt. I'll make sure to do that, sir, with the next submission.
All right. Thanks, Rory, and good compromise there, Matt. Thank you. All right. So, Chris and Rory, are you guys comfortable with continuing to the 20th? And that would mean in the next week or so, you would have some final drawings with the things that we outlined, including caliber sizes and whatnot, and any adjustments to the final landscaping plan.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
But I can provide Atlantic, who's the engineering firm, can turn around the drawings quickly. Then yes, sir, we'll be ready with new renderings as well for everybody to look at.
Great. All right. So on that note, I'll entertain a motion to continue this public hearing to March 20th, 2023.
So moved, Mary Larson Marlowe.
Second, Ron Draper.
All right. Assuming no further discussion, Stephanie, are we okay on decision dates? I think this one's automatically pushed off of the hearing date. All right. Assuming no further discussion, Mary, how do you vote?
Mary Larson Marlowe, yes.
Rob?
Rob Benson, yes.
Fran?
Randy Young, yes.
Jane?
Jane, yes.
Ron?
Ron Draper, yes.
Elise?
Elise, yes.
Paul?
Oh, yes.
Matthew?
Yes.
Gary Finley's a yes. So thanks to the applicant for the progress. I look forward to getting this through to a final vote in a couple of weeks.
Thank you, Chairman and board member, for your time.
All right. Last one. Thank you, Mr. Mezet and company, for your patience. This has been a long evening for us as well, but we appreciate your willingness to hang with us. I think realistically, what I'd love to get through tonight. Sorry, I'm flipping pages here. Lots of pages. If we could get through the project introduction and overview, the staff report, discussion, the site walk, and then we'll go from there. But you know, I'm hopeful this one's pretty clean. I don't know if you're looking for a final vote tonight, but given that it's already late, I think that's pretty unlikely. But let's get it started, get the discussion up there, and we can go from there. Sound okay?
Certainly.
All right.
We lead off.
Mr. Markadot, is it going to be you?
It's going to be me.
All right.
Share my screen. We all see that?
Almost. We see that you've started screen sharing, but it's not sharing anything. All right, now we can see it.
Okay. Evening, folks. Joe Marquardt. My firm headed up the design team. I'm joined by Peter Meza tonight. He runs the day-to-day operations at Western Nurseries. He is the applicant for this project. I believe he's third-generation business owner. The landowner is Mezet Land, LLC. Wayne Mezet is a manager, his father. What we're talking about is the Western Nurseries Garden Center. I'm sure we're all familiar with it. We've all shopped there. Christmas trees, live products, those sorts of things. If you're heading eastbound on East Main Street and you take the left on Legacy Farms North, up about 600-800 feet, you look off to your right, there's a yellow building and then a brown barn with a green roof. That's generally the area we're talking about. I apologize for the plan that's on the screen now. It's very busy. Here is East Main Street at the bottom, Legacy Farms North. Here is the garden center. What we're talking about is this location right in here. There was an office building there that was demolished in November of 2022, so a few months ago. The proposal before you is to replace that building with a barn-like structure. 60 by 24 is the building footprint. It's got a loft style on the second floor, so we'll have 2,340 square feet of gross floor area. This is for the staff at Western Nurseries. I call it the back office stuff. Peter referred to the group as the product sourcing department. What they do is as shipments of materials come in, they sort the shipments, verify quantities, label the merchandise, transfer it to the location it needs to go, whether it's a pre-order, off to a sales area, those sorts of things. So it is strictly an office use. There's no plant storage here. There's no warehousing here, as there are in other spots at the site. What we're talking about is approximately 8 employees will be at this location. And it's a function of the needs of the nursery. This time of year, there probably would be 3 full-time personnel. Spring, summer planting, fall planting months, will slowly ramp up to about 8. So it's a minimum amount of staffing. What we're talking about is a location here for the proposed barn. I mentioned a moment ago, the yellow Pearson building, the green roofed barn. We're down in this location, just northerly of the spot where the building was demolished. What we're talking about is utilizing the existing curb cuts, one at 40 Franklin Road, the sales building that a different iteration of this board permitted in 2014, and then the garden center with access off of East Main Street. These 8 employees will find their way through one of those 2 routes to this building location. What we have proposed is 10 parking places. 6 of those will be here along Legacy Farms North, westerly of the Pearson building, on an area that is reclaimed recycled asphalt, packed firm at installation and sees a great deal of truck traffic. So a solid surface there for 6 of the spaces. 3 more would be in this location, same treatment, same materials, recycled asphalt. And then finally, at the building location is 1 van accessible handicap space. There are no new curb cuts proposed for this work. The employees will have very varied tasks during the day, and they will utilize the 2 spaces depending on their needs, where they'll be that day, what they'll have to undertake, but that's how they'll access the site. It is, as I mentioned a moment ago, strictly an office use. The kinds of utilities that would be associated with that, the standard that probably come to mind. We will be extending the municipal water service from a location here at the barn over to the new barn, from the existing barn to the new. Power is currently exists over here by the pump house associated with the irrigation facility for the plant storage area. We'll take underground conduit and make a connection to the building from this utility pole here. If water comes in, then septic goes out. So we have a collection system here to the west of the building that will pump via force main to an existing leach field over here by the Pearson building. That leach field is installed. We'll just make a connection from the new barn to the leach field. With regard to stormwater, this entire area here is either asphalt, bituminous concrete, or that packed recycled asphalt. We don't plan on making any wholesale changes to the grading. We will provide elevations here that will be ADA compliant around the van accessible handicap space. The rest of that area will remain untouched. The closed drainage system of catch basin and manholes won't be touched. That will stay in the state that it's in now. The only changes we feel we have to mitigate is the introduction of the impervious surface associated with the barn roof. So we've set up a series of gutters and downspouts that will infiltrate the water through crushed stone and chambers here, excuse me, here southerly of the proposed building. We've sized that for the 100-year storm, so we feel that will handle any flow that will get off the rooftop, and that's the only area that we feel we have to mitigate. We have introduced site lighting, a minimal amount. We have 3 wall packs set up here, 2 along the northerly side and 1 over the access door, simply to provide lighting to that walkway and to that van accessible spot for safe travel by the staff around the building. They are dark sky compliant. They are sealed at the top. They will be downward facing. I don't anticipate a whole lot of issues with abutting property owners. To the south, the garden center, the buildings, the plantings, I can't imagine light escaping to that location. Northerly, the nearest residential property is about 1,000 feet away. And then westerly, Legacy Farms, the elevation of Legacy Farms Road is probably 20 feet higher than the proposed building. But I don't think we'll have light escaping to some of those areas, creating issues for those folks. We feel the plan conforms to the site plan standards outlined in the regulations. We have provided a point-by-point analysis of that. Be happy to move through that if you feel we'll have time tonight. I thought it might take a second to just bring you up to speed on other permits, other groups here in town. Obviously, we will need a building permit for the construction of the barn. We have submitted a plan to the health department for our connection to the septic system. We've had multiple discussions with Brian Besso and don't anticipate any issues with that design. We do have the farm pond on the site, which is a resource, but activities on land that is engaged in agriculture are exempt from review, the State Wetlands Protection Act or the local Wetlands Protection Bylaw. We don't feel that we'll need to approach the Conservation Commission for their review and their input. Our site is less than an acre. Our site disturbance is less than an acre, so there will be no federal NIPSI permit. So we feel the only permit that we'll need to seek beyond the building permit is this minor site plan approval from the planning board. That's a very brief overview of some of the major topics. Be happy to take those and review those in depth if the board feels it necessary.
Thanks, Joe. Staff report. Mr. Gelsich, do you want to give us your staff report? And looks like we have a representative from the fire department on as well. So, but go ahead, John.
Sure. So thank you, Joe. That was a very comprehensive description of what's being proposed. Not too many comments from my end. This project is replacing a structure that was already located in that same area. No anticipated impacts to traffic, site access, parking, stormwater. It's a relatively small project, all things considered. The one comment I do have is fire department and zoning enforcement official asked the owner to provide a plan showing all the addresses of the buildings within the site just for emergency access, avoid confusion, that type of thing. If the fire, ambulance ever needed to access a certain building, I believe that process is underway, but that's something that I think may be helpful to include in the final package of plans, just so we have another copy of it somewhere in case we need it for reference. No waivers being requested. Don't really have any other comments. I think it's pretty straightforward. Looking through my notes, I think that's about it for me.
All right. Thanks, John. Does the fire department have any comments or updates here?
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. Only comment, just to kind of go, John mentioned the building numbering and just making sure we had proper addresses. The only other comment would be to make sure access to the structure meets the requirements of the fire code. So the width of the roads and the vertical clearance, that's all.
Okay, so is that an open item?
I know it was a topic that was discussed. I wasn't at the meeting that was held earlier. The chief was there, and just want to make sure that that was just brought up during the meeting.
Okay, so can someone that was at the meeting tell me if that's an open item or if that's been addressed?
So through the chair, maybe Joe can answer this, but I think what we would really be looking for is just for the applicant and the fire department to go over the plans and make sure that we get fire department sign off on what the roads are and that they're okay with it.
Okay, so a little bit more work to do there.
Okay. Does that make sense, Joe?
Yes. What we're talking about, folks, is access here through an existing gate off of East Main Street, easterly of the garden center entrance. That spot gets you very quickly to our proposed building location, rather than a trip through some of these existing driveways, which would handle the traffic, but are sometimes blocked by plant deliveries. So Peter has authorized us to dedicate this access way to the building, and we'll keep that clear. That's the idea, and that's the topic we touched on during the pre-submission meeting. We can certainly take that up with the chief, review that on site, whatever works the best for the group, but that's what we like to propose. And with regard to the building ID, we have worked out a numbering system. I've spoken a couple times with Anna Rogers and Chuck Cadlick. We feel we have the framework all set. We just need to make a formal request of the building inspector to adopt that numbering system. So we'll provide the board, the fire department, and town hall with that finalized plan.
Okay, thanks, Joe. Next on our outline, site walk. Do people feel like a site walk is necessary here? Fran's deep in thought, or he's fallen asleep. I'm not sure which.
I could go either way. Sure, I'll defer to the broader group.
For what it's worth, I don't feel like it's necessary here, and I think just to help keep moving this along, I'm okay not having it. I don't know if people feel otherwise.
I follow with the chair on this one here. I think it's not necessary at this one because it's a well-established area.
Agreed. Okay. I know it's late. I'm just gonna try to punch through a few more things here. The decision criteria. So just to remind folks as to what we're reviewing against, the board must determine if the proposed application conforms to the site plan standards as contained in section 210-136.1 of the zoning bylaw. So if you're not familiar with that, it might be worth taking a look. Just based on the preliminary or the comments from our principal planner and the fire department, and given that this is really a replacement of an existing building, it doesn't appear to be any major issues. I think it's just that we want to get sign off from the fire department. They're comfortable with what's being built, and then the building numbering. Those seem to be the two primary outstanding items. Are there any other sort of points of concern that people have here that we want to include as part of our discussion? Jane.
Yes, through the chair. I'm live in the neighborhood. I believe I'm beyond 300 feet of the project here, but I also do believe that I can be objective in this discussion. And I consulted with John Gelchik, our principal planner, and that was a recommendation. So I just full disclosure, that's all.
Okay. Thanks, Jane. I'm just going to do two more things. One, for members of the board, if you have any high-level questions or for the applicant, and my intent here is not to get into a deep discussion here, but I want to make sure that when they come back with these items that they still need to address, that we can close this out pretty quickly. So are there any other primary concerns or questions from the board that they have for the applicant? Okay, and are there any members of the public that wanted to comment or ask a question here?
Can I speak?
Of course, Peter. Go ahead.
I was just wondering if there's any way we could finish this tonight, not to push you along too aggressively here, because we're really up against our busy spring season, and I'm trying to get the construction schedule, keep the construction schedule that I've potentially lined up. Is there any way that it could be completed without having to come back in front of the board a second time?
I think that's a reasonable request. I'm glad you asked. I was kind of thinking the same thing, and not so much just for us selfishly, because as I look at our next meeting, it is a really, really full agenda. I think there's two things. Number one, we are well past our cutoff time, so I'd want to make sure that the rest of the planning board is comfortable moving forward. And then the second thing, and I'm looking to John Gelsich on this, something like this, I'm reasonably comfortable with a couple of conditions with regards to the fire department approval and the building numbering. Those seem straightforward, but I want to make sure that I'm not going out on a limb, that if we were to condition that as part of the approval, that would be okay. So let's start with the first question. Planning board, how do you guys feel about powering through this Realistically, we're looking at probably another 15 minutes or so. There's a lot of reading aloud for me.
I'm
I
good
see
with it.
thumbs up. Okay. John, any cautions for us with regards to conditioning those remain outstanding items for the applicant as part of this?
No concern. I'm just trying to draft the conditions.
Okay.
Feel free to
Awesome.
offer right now.
I'll leave you alone. All right. Well, let's keep moving forward then, Peter. And I appreciate you bringing that up because like I said, I was sort of thinking that, but I'm glad we can keep this moving forward.
Thank you.
So the proposed findings that we have here, number one, that the proposed minor project site plan conforms to the site plan standards as described in section 210-136.1 of the zoning bylaws. Two, the proposed project is not anticipated to adversely affect the current conditions on the site related to parking, traffic, and access or stormwater management. And then three, no waivers are being requested as part of this application. Any discussion on those findings? Are people comfortable with those? I think those seem pretty reasonable here. On the conditions, and I'm going to go ahead and read these aloud while John is furiously creating some draft conditions on those remaining items. So proposed conditions, number one, after finding that it was in the public interest and not inconsistent with the intent and purpose of the site plan standards, the planning board waived strict compliance with the following provisions: 210-136.1, the site plan standards. Sorry, we can scratch this because there are no waivers being requested. So that simplifies that one. Two, the director of municipal inspections inspects projects and their construction for compliance with the approved decision of site plan review. This includes the driveway, roadway, and infrastructure construction shown on the plan if applicable. If the director of municipal inspections determines at any time before or during construction that a registered professional engineer or other such outside professional is required to assist with the inspections of the stormwater management system or any other component of the site plan, the applicant shall be responsible for the cost of those inspections. Number three, all construction activities shall adhere to applicable local, state, and federal laws and regulations regarding noise, vibration, dust, sedimentation, and the use of, interference with, or blocking of town roads. Four, the applicant shall be responsible for mitigation of all construction-related impacts, including erosion, siltation, and dust control. The applicant shall maintain all portions of any public way used for construction access free of soil, mud, or debris deposited due to use by construction vehicles associated with the project, and shall regularly sweep such areas as directed by the Director of Municipal Inspections in consultation with the DPW Director. Five, the applicant shall regularly remove construction trash and debris from the site in accordance with good construction practice and the construction management plan. No tree stumps, demolition materials, trash, or debris shall be burned or buried on the site. Six, all exterior lighting within the development project, whether shown on the approved site plan or required by the Massachusetts State Building Code, shall be shielded, directed downward and not upward or outward, and shall not spill onto adjacent property. Seven, all fixed mechanical equipment on the site shall be screened from view from the ground. Such screening shall be sufficient in the opinion of the Director of Municipal Inspections. Eight, if construction is not commenced within 3 years of the date of filing of the site plan decision with the town clerk, approval shall be automatically rescinded unless such time is extended by the board. For the purposes of this condition, the term commence shall mean the commencement of site work. 9, construction may occur between the hours of 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. Monday through Fridays, and Saturday between 8 a.m. and 4 p.m. pursuant to Chapter 141, Article I of the Town of Hopkinton General Bylaws. 10, the applicant shall submit final as-built plans to the planning board prior to the issuance of certificate of occupancy. 11, the applicant developer shall provide the principal planner with a project point of contact and contact information prior to the issuance of building permit. This point of contact information shall be kept current through correspondence to the principal planner until the final certification of occupancy is issued or construction is otherwise considered complete. John, you've got 2 more proposed conditions. Oh, sorry, Mr. Bucknott. Do you have a comment on those first?
Condition number 5, the construction management plan. In general, a minor site plan does not require the preparation of a construction management plan, and given the limited scope of this one, is there a way to acknowledge that a construction management plan may not be necessary?
It's a good question. John, do we have any precedent on this type of project with regards to that construction management plan?
In terms of precedent, I don't know off the top of my head. I don't think it would be an issue striking condition 5. It's an already disturbed site. This is really more for green fields and stuff that's not disturbed.
Okay. I'm
Well, simply strike in the construction management plan from that condition, we'd have no issue with that. We will regularly remove construction trash and debris in accordance with good construction practice. Take out in the construction management plan, and that may do it from my perspective.
Okay, so just to paraphrase and make sure we capture this, revised condition 5 would read, or proposed condition 5, the applicant shall regularly remove construction trash and debris from the site in accordance with good construction practice. No tree stumps, demolition material, trash, or debris shall be burned or buried on the site.
So question on that one, Mr. Chair, if I may. What's the reason for removing the construction management plan from this? Maybe I missed that, Joe. It's getting late.
It's not necessary as part of a minor site plan review, only a major site plan review, and given the limited scope of construction, doesn't feel like we would rise to the level of needing another plan that we have not prepared as of yet.
Thanks, Joe. So, Fran, just to echo what John was saying, this is intended primarily for previously undisturbed land. And given that this is already disturbed and it's replacing a building that already existed, there's less concern about having a comprehensive construction management plan for things like increased runoff, other messier components of construction.
Okay.
Your concerns?
Just following good, general practice. Having a construction management plan is always probably a good thing to have in your back pocket. But, to Joe's point, if if the group is in consensus on this, that because it is a minor proposed change, that the construction management plan is not warranted, I guess I'm okay with it.
I think in reality, the building inspection process probably becomes a big part of that construction management plan. But yeah, okay. All right. And then also just while we're revising these on number 1, we are revising that to state that
you're just striking condition 1.
Yeah, just making sure I was striking. I was worried that's going to throw off our numbering. That's what I was concerned about. So nothing there.
I don't think that's an issue.
Okay. And then John, you have 2 new proposed conditions.
Yes. So the first would be the applicant shall provide the principal planner with confirmation by the Hopkinton Fire Department as to the adequacy of the proposed emergency access prior to the issuance of a building permit. Is that good?
Deputy Chief, you okay with that? So you nodding your head?
Yeah, fire department is okay with that. That sounds good.
And any comments from the board before I move on? Okay. The other one is a final plan set shall be submitted prior to the issuance of a building permit, which includes an internal address plan acceptable to the zoning enforcement officer and Hopkinton Fire Department, and the emergency access plan as referenced in the above condition.
That works for me. Applicant, you guys okay with that?
Yep, sounds fine to us.
Okay. So that would be our conditions of approval. Is there any final public comment or comments from the board before we move to vote? All right, I see none. All right, so then on that, I will entertain a motion that the board accept and approve the findings as previously read aloud by the chair.
So moved. Mary Larson Marlowe.
Second.
All right, any discussion? If not, then Mary, how do you vote?
Mary Larson Marlowe, yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Fran?
Yes.
Jane?
Yes.
Ron?
Yes.
Elise?
Yes.
Paul?
Yes.
Matthew?
Yes.
Gary is a yes as well. So then on that note, I will entertain a motion that the board approves the major project site plan with the conditions previously read aloud by the chair and the principal planner.
So moved. Mary Larson Marlowe.
Second,
Ron
Matthew
Draper.
Bronco.
Any further discussion? All right, so this is our final vote on this one. Mary, how do you vote?
Mary Larson Marlowe, yes.
Rob?
Rob Benson, yes.
Fran?
Yes.
Jane?
Yes.
Ron?
Yes.
Elise?
Yes.
Paul?
Yes.
Matthew?
Yes.
And Gary is a yes as well. And I guess the last piece is we do need to close this public hearing, so I'll entertain a motion to close this public hearing.
So moved. Matthew Bronco.
Second. Ron Draper.
So we no further discussion. Mary, how do you vote?
Mary Larson Marlowe, yes.
Rob?
Rob Benson, yes.
Fran?
Yes.
Jane?
Jane, yes.
Ron?
Yes.
Elise?
Yes.
Paul?
Yes.
Matthew?
Yes.
Gary is a yes as well. All right. Thank you to the applicant. Thanks for your patience. It's been a long night for all of us, but I am glad we were able to get that through tonight, not only for your sake, but for our sake. So good luck with construction, and I look forward to seeing the new building.
Thank you very much, Gary, and the whole board for sticking it out till 11 o'clock. I really appreciate it.
All right. Minutes. Does anybody have any proposed edits or changes to the minutes from either February 9th or February 27th?
Through the chair. I only had the 27th in there.
Oh, only the 20. Oh, did I read? I read that wrong then. Okay. So only the 27th. All right. So anybody have any changes to the meetings for the minutes from the 27th? From February 27th.
So moved. Mary Larson Marlowe.
Second. Ron Draper.
So no further discussion. Mary, how do you vote?
Yes.
Rob?
Rob Benson, yes.
Fran?
Yes.
Jane?
Yes.
Ron?
Yes.
Elise?
Yes.
Paul?
Yes.
Matthew?
Yes.
Gary is a yes. And at last, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So
So
moved.
moved. Second.
Mary, how do you vote?
Yes.
Rob?
Rob Benson, yes.
Fran?
Yes.
Jane?
Yes.
Ron?
Yes.
Elise?
Yes.
Paul?
Yes.
Matthew?
Yes.
Gary is a yes as well. Thank you all for your patience. Glad we got one closed out. John has a comment.
Good
Or is that
night.
a wave goodbye?
Hello, and welcome to another edition, after a pretty long hiatus, of All About Hopkinton, the original HCAM show, which is designed to bring you the interesting organizations and people who help make Hopkinton a great place. I'm Jim Cousins, and I'm happy to be here.